Not a good clean for Ivers, giving them last-minute instructions. An amazing job he does, Ivor Robson, the starter there in the dark green jacket. He's been doing it, as Ken was saying, for years. And soon he'll be on his way home. Garcia now, second shot at the second. Well, didn't quite get it to stop.
Gary Evans. Would it be too much to ask for another birdie? Read it beautifully. Just that little move of left to right. This is a tremendous performance from Gary. Comes from the south of England. I know you mentioned earlier that he's being coached by Ewan Murray, and he had some lessons at the River Liffey on how to fish as well from Ewan. I have the pleasure of joining the pair of them at that, Peter.
Did you? Mm-hmm. I see he opened up by the 5 at the first, and then, oh God, he's had a barrage of birdies. And only a handful of holes left, just to keep the old bolts in position. Porrick Harrington has made a steady start, 4 pars. Julian Tutt will be following this match.
Just been watching Soren Hansen go through his routine on the range. Went right through the bag, wedge up to driver, then back to wedge, and the last shot he hit was a 2-iron and absolutely flushed it off the tee, and that's the shot that he's going to hit on the first tee here.
Iber meticulous for time. Golf's the only game where the players keep their own score, or that of their playing companion. Mistakes have been made over the years. Quite extraordinary, really, isn't it? No other game where you're responsible for your own score. Soren Hansen, this is a fascinating battle to me. Els, who's been there a dozen times or more. Hansen, who's pretty well new to it. And here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final game of the 131st Open Championship. On the tee from Denmark, Soren Hansen.
Long breath.
Excellent.
On the tee from South Africa, Ernie Els.
Well, that one is another which has found the bunker on the left-hand side, or certainly gives that impression. And that's not the start. Julian's there. Where did it go?
Actually, to be honest, Alex, I'm not there.
You're
I'm
not
some way
there.
back.
of Ernie Els has found the bunker on the left side, and it's tied up against the front lip of that bunker, and he's got virtually no shot.
So not a very good start for Ernie Els to be right up against the face of the bunker, just as Justin Leonard was. And ahead, Garcia. That was for a birdie. Now Harrington, Porrick Harrington, for a birdie. And yes, well done, Porrick. It's not a very well-known fact that a second cousin of his, one Joey Harrington, is a first-class rookie quarterback for the Detroit Lions in the United States, and very highly thought of. So an Irishman playing quarterback for the Detroit Lions. Is there no end to their talents?
Steve Elkington out at the 4th hole. A nice birdie too for Steve. 1 under for the round, 2 under for the championship.
Ernie Els has still got 211 left to the pin, but as Ken said, completely academic. It's just a question of shift it as many yards up the fairway as he can, and it won't be very many.
Any minute now, Gary Evans would well have a 2-shot lead. Judy Rankin there, Judy just passed, who's working here with ABC Television. Many of you will remember Judy Rankin playing here in the old Colgate tournaments that were held at Sunnydale so successfully years ago. Hansen second.
Soren Hansen's got 205 left to the pin, which is tucked away behind the bunker as he looks at over on the right-hand side of the green. This would be a perfect 4-iron for him normally, but with a little bit of gentle breeze behind, he might be going with a 5.
That's a fine shot. Justin Rose and Justin Leonard. Well, we saw Leonard up against the face of the bunker. He dropped a stroke at the first. Justin Rose from long range, right away on the right-hand side of the green, 3-putted. So not a good start for the leaders, who may be a little bit jumpy. And Ernie needs a good one here. There's Rankin at the back, Judy Rankin. Still a handsome woman. Third shot for Ernie.
Ernie's got 190 left to the pin, between 5 and 6 iron. Most unexpected wind this. It's gone round into the northeast again, which the Met men hadn't expected. Apparently if the land warms up, it brings this sea breeze in. See that little routine he has of pulling the club away before he puts it behind the ball again.
That's really not threatening a par. Ernie's played 3. David Park, we just hit, has taken an 11 at the par 3 13th. Took 8 shots to get out of a bunker. So you can see much can happen.
Now to the 15th, Gary Evans. 415 yards, the par 4.
Middle of the fairway again.
And the middle of the green, Sam, and even better than the middle of the green.
It's magnificent. My goodness.
And you wonder why he hasn't won before. There's talent.
Well, it's remarkable to look back and see that the best performance in an Open previously by Gary Evans was tied 35th at Turnberry in 1994. Last time he played at Muirfield when the Open was here in 1992. Missed the cut, but sitting on top of the leaderboard. Des Smith, 2 under. Woods and Fulker in with those rounds of 65. And this looks like Retief Goosen, who's taken off the sweater. Second shot at 9, 2 under for the championship. Galloping on and galloping on. And opportunities for Retief Goosen there. Now the final match. Søren Hansen of Denmark, Ernie Els of South Africa. Ernie Els on in 3. Now a chance here for Gary Evans to extend his lead after that wonderful approach, to go to 7 under. Looks after it in disbelief. I think he thought that was going to drop. But there are still more birdie opportunities for Gary Evans. Now, Hansen, a birdie putt to go to 4 under. Didn't quite make the turn that he expected. A solid par. This for eagle for Retief Goosen on 9. Well, it's a tap-in for birdie, which puts Retief Goosen to 3 under, out in 33, and that's Murayama. Now Evans with his putback. Saves par. Solid 4 at 15, 16, 17 and 18 still to play for the 33-year-old Englishman, former top amateur player. Never a winner on the tour. Has been second, has been third in tournaments, but he's 7 under for today's round. And definite birdie chances to come at 16. And 17. Els to save par. So it's a shot dropped on the first hole by the overnight leader. It'll be a tap in for a bogey 5 for Ernie Els to go back to 4 under, and Gary Evans now out in the lead on his own by 2 clear shots. Not the start that Ernie Els would have wanted. 2 behind. And this championship boiling up nicely. Second hole, Justin Rose with a chance to go to 2 under. Kick of the knees didn't help. Ball sliding past.
Gary Evans here now finds himself with a 2-shot lead, 183 yards to this pin, and a little bit of a dangerous pin. If he tugs anything left, he's in those cavernous bunkers.
Not sure he's given it enough club. He has not. Could easily run back, but it does appear to be clinging on. No, let's wait and see. So many nearly all of the short holes have elevated greens and a rather severe ramp, so if you don't make it up to the top, that's what can happen to you.
That's a horrid position now too, Alex. He's got to come over the bunker. No green to work with.
Soren Hansen, after a great start on the first, has hit a very solid tee shot down the right-hand side of the fairway on the second.
Yes, and Ernie Els has just slipped off the side of the green, and you could see time. We've only played 1 hole. Time for a refreshing drink. Just a chance to settle down. Soren Hansen, who won the Irish Open, I think about 3 weeks ago down at Foote Island, and everyone became very impressed by his swing. We've always been impressed by Ernie Els, the big easy, but I'm not sure it's going to be so easy this afternoon as he heads off down the second. His ball just off the edge of the fairway, but I believe in a reasonable lie. One of the nicest people you'll ever wish to meet. But he must have got a shock when he arrived at the course today, Sam, to see so many low scores being recorded.
Yes, he had a 2-shot lead at the beginning, but when he got on the first tee, he was 1 behind. Scott Holt for birdie on 13.
To the third, Sergio Garcia for a birdie. That's better. And as he holds that, I'm happy to welcome Wayne Brady back into the commentary box with Sam and myself.
Good afternoon, Alex. And Shigeki Maruyama, par 5 fifth. Moves to 4 under. I've just been out there watching Peter O'Malley finish his round, Alex. Sensational it was to see him. And Shigeki's now tied with Peter at 4 under. 2 behind Gary Evans.
All the Aussies going well, Wayne.
There's a few doing well today, which is nice to see for me.
Now Davis Love. And here it goes, Davis Love. Very good putt there for Davis. That takes him to 3 under for the championship. 4 under for this round. Very good golf.
Sergio Garcia, 4th tee. Looked like a 4-iron.
What a difference a day makes, Sam. Nicky Price said that a driver that he hit onto the green here yesterday was probably one of his best shots he's ever hit. Greens in regulation he's ever had.
Soren Hansen with 134 to the pin on the second. Now he's got ball above his feet and on an upslope, which is going to tend to throw it up into the air more, and also it'll tend to put a little bit of draw spin on, so he'll certainly be aiming right at the pin. Everything tends to move down to the left here anyway, so he'll be looking to bring it in from the right. Ball will tend to fly higher off this lie, might need just a little bit of extra club than normal.
Well, that's a very good shot. Just sorry I had a little technical hitch there as the camera swung across. I think a bit of water still on the lens. We went through an awful lot yesterday, these cameramen, to bring you the pictures. Now just off the fairway, Julian.
111 to the pin for Ernie, and that pin over on the left-hand side near this dreaded out-of-bounds wall. And I saw him on Tuesday and asked him about this hole and said, what about the out-of-bounds? And Ricky Roberts said, thanks for pointing that out. Shouldn't be a problem today.
He set it out just a wee bit to the right to allow for the fall on the ground. And here it comes. Here it comes. Just not quite enough. He would have dearly loved to step straight into a birdie, an easy birdie, to make up for the first dropped shot.
The shot being made so much harder, Alex, just by being a couple inches off the fairway.
Championship leader Gary Evans. Unfortunate to ball come off the front of the 16th green to here. Oh, great shot. He's made it. Go!
Well, we've been discussing how difficult this shot was, how nearly impossible it was in our minds.
I was just sort of thinking, how many times did you miss a birdie opportunity like you did on 15, then bogey the next hole? It's incredible. And I was hoping that wasn't going to happen to Gary.
Well, under the severest of pressure, that was a magnificent chip. Another inch, my goodness. Another one out the way, par 5 next. 2 to play.
Go, Evo. Oh, dear.
He looks like the calmest man on the entire field. He's totally relaxed.
He doesn't look phased at all, does he? Justin Rose, 3rd hole. Right hand off the club generally means it's going left.
Alex, Gary Evans needs one more birdie for the all-time low round in the British Open. 62 it would be. What a time to do it.
Now here's Porrig. And that's a nice putting stroke there. And many people's favorite player. 2 under already today.
Gary Evans here on the 17th tee. I'm not sure he's one of the longest hitters in the field, but I think with a good drive he can probably get very close to the front in 2 today.
The left-hand marquee, if you just aim on the right, he's aimed at it. And bunkers up the left-hand side. He might have cut it away. No, he has. He's bounced it away. He flew it straight at the edge of the bunkers, and that is now perfect. And an awful long way, Sam.
It sure is, Alex, and I apologise. He needs 2 birdies to beat the record, 1 to tie it.
Well, either way, he might still win the Open Championship, and that would be more important than the record now. Ernie's putt, big swing here.
Big swing here on Ernie's putt. Ernie, #1 putter this week. He's been using the flat stick very well. Probably the last thing he really wanted was a very calm day today, Sam, wasn't it? Because it was going to open the field up.
Bring the whole lot into contention, as we've seen. From 2 ahead, he's 2 behind, but he has 16 holes to make up the deficit.
Now then, Sergio at the 4th hole. Oh, I tell you what, I thought he was going to get that. He just swung too late. This is a young man who can be set alight under these circumstances.
The Irish fans out there, Des Smith started with 4 pars. With Søren Hansen for birdie on the 2nd.
both players in this group just overreading the break on their birdie putts. Hansen 4-4 start.
And there's the old stone wall, one of the original walls on this Muirfield course. Early course built within its boundary. There was a seawall here which it inclined to keep the sands away, and it got a bit of a wet piece of land, but that's cleared away a long time ago, many years ago. Now it's a very good links, one of the best in the world. Now Justin Rose just finishing here. Justin is he's 1 under.
Third tee, Søren Hansen. Steady par start.
This was a hole where the drivers were needed yesterday, and they still weren't getting anywhere near to the bunker down the left at 287. But Hansen going with the 3-wood today, having parted every day so far. Just looking to try and get it down the middle is ideal, to have a good view of the green and the pin.
Just taking it clean as a whistle off the top of the tee peg and leaving it out to the right-hand side. Easily found, but that makes the next shot a little bit tricky. I think it'll be an iron club, Julian. Yes, it is for Ernie.
Yes, as I say, it was a driver for him yesterday, but Hansen really has got in the wrong place there with the pin on the front right today. Ideally, you want to be no further right than middle of this fairway. 1 under so far on this hole, Ernie.
Well, the applause from behind the tee tell you that it's down the fairway. But Sam, what did you make this morning that Ernie was out on the range 2.5 hours before his tee time?
Well, Wayne, in 1990, when Nick Faldo won the Open at St Andrews, he was on the practice ground at 9 o'clock in the morning, and he played a simulated round on the practice ground. He went through every hole from tee to green, obviously didn't putt, but he played the 18 holes, went away, had lunch and came back. And here we are, Gary Evans. Perfect pin placement for him. He loves to fade the ball. And he's pulled it way left.
I think that he got a little bit anxious at the top of his backswing there and turned into the ball rather rapidly.
However, he still has an angle into the pin being on the front right-hand side. He's got the whole green to play with. But it does look a bit jungly out there.
Not looking good. So you think that that's what Ernie might have been doing today, same sort of thing as Faldo?
I don't think he'd be playing the course as Faldo, the round of golf at Faldo was. Oh my goodness, look at this. This is when Gary has to walk up there very slowly as the 5-minute starts. When he gets in there, this is not good.
Found a top flight, but it's not Gary's ball.
Stick it in your pocket, Laura.
Marshall's just picked a ball up. We don't think it's it, and we've still not found it, and there's a huge crowd down here trying to find it.
Spotter's fee.
Oh,
there you are.
It's not looking good for Gary here, and he's had such a good day so far. And the gallery's now trampling the ground down, and it's almost impossible to find it.
That could almost work against him, Laura, can't it?
I
with
think so
many
now.
People.
121 front.
Well, his 5-minute start when he gets into the area. That would be the slowest walk of my life going up there.
To the 6th hole, and Maruyama, Japanese player, 4 under. And that's a beautiful looking putt, and yes, here we go again. Little caddy, yes, Knuckles. Maruyama, who is, well, he's had a wonderful start. Apart, he bogeyed the first, but he's had 3 birdies now since then. So he's 4 under for the championship.
There's no update at all. Scott Verplank's just playing his shot, and Gary stood there quite comfortable. They've found another ball over here now. They're all waving to your Galaxy camera at the moment, so I can't get close enough.
There are almost too many people in there. They're really trampling over. The ball could be easily underneath their feet. It's so thick. And this is most unfortunate for Gary. A lost ball here could cost him the the Open Championship. Who knows? He has no idea.
Look down and look at me. I'd appreciate it.
You heard him say there, can we all look down and not at me?
No one heard it. Is this the line? Yeah. No one came right. I was watching you over enough. It came right over my head. So I can't judge the distance. Yeah. No one must have heard it. All right. How about the BBC, no? I'll put it on telly. I'll spread out a little bit soon. I don't think it came out from our person.
I really don't think they're going to find this one, because the gallery's really done a number on the area where the ball was, and I think he's going to have to go back. Someone's found another ball now, but chances of it being his, I'd say.
Can we all move back, please? Move right back, please. Clear right back, please. Put some room. Keep moving back, please.
No, that's it. That wasn't his ball either. He's still looking, but it's hard to say. I think he's going to be going back in a minute.
How long has he had, Laura? Have you had a look at your watch when they come in there?
I've had him on the clock for just over 3 minutes. So, although I was here for 3 minutes, he got here about a minute after me. So he's probably got 2.5 minutes left.
Yeah, it's when he gets in the area.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's still got another 3 minutes. Well, if he loses the ball, 5 minutes he has to find it. He'll have to go back and play another one. We're playing 4 in the fairway. Still got a chance of making 6 and only dropping 1 shot, but
It's going to look like a field circle down there when all these people leave, isn't it? Trouble is, with all the people there, he can't even pick the line that he had.
Well, we're having all sorts of help from cameramen.
Finally here.
Get down on your hands and knees, guys.
it's quite uncanny with all these people that they just can't stumble upon it.
You remember at Royal Lytham St Anne's when Gary Player lost one into the rough at 17 in similar circumstances, and they were all in there looking for, just on the 5th minute they found it. If you go beyond 5 minutes from when Gary got there, it's a lost ball, and he'll have to go back and be playing his 4th shot. And wait a minute.
No, you can see Gary's still searching there, so they've definitely not got it yet.
Scott Verplank urging them to get out of the way. The American player playing with Gary.
Looks like they're heading over to something now. They may have found another ball.
You got it?
He's still looking, Gary's still looking right in the centre of your picture.
They found another one, but unfortunately for Gary, it still wasn't it. He's still got about a minute and a half, so it's still worth looking.
Mixed feelings for Peter O'Malley in the clubhouse watching this at -4. 5 minutes ago, he didn't really have a chance of winning. Different story now.
Well, a minute and a half will go very quickly for Gary.
Titleist here. Clear the people back, please. Clear the people back. Please. Clear the people back.
We've got another one. Scott Verplank's over it at the moment.
Come back up. Okay, yeah. Could you all everybody back up?
Laura, they said they found a Titleist. Is Gary play Titleist?
Can we all move back a bit, please?
They're just checking the ball now.
That's it. Well, he's putting the tee down to have a look to check if it's his ball, but it looks like he's found it. Wonderful, just in
As you
time.
can tell by the gallery's reaction,
he
they
shook his
found
head.
Gary's ball. I'm not sure what the lie's like, but whatever it is, it's better than what he could have
No,
had.
he's picked it up, Laura. It's not his.
Oh,
Heartbreaking for the young man. He's probably got 30, 40 seconds.
He hasn't.
The referee's there. He'll know the 5 minutes when it's up, and he'll inform them.
Come on. Look down. Don't look at me. I didn't start looking for it, didn't you?
I think he's just been informed the 5 minutes are up. And he's heading back. Very sad for the young man, Alex.
Yes, well, it means he's now got to go back and drop a ball as close as possible to from where he hit the last one. He will be then playing his fourth shot, one of the longest and loneliest walks in the game. And how unfortunate a championship lead there.
He'll have so many things going through his head, won't he, Sam? But he's got to compose himself and try and make a 6. He'll still be 5 under.
Absolutely, he's got to regroup, knock it on the green, 2-putt, and he'll still be leading the Open. This is the worst thing he wants to hear. We've found it now.
To the 14th and Scott Hook. And Scott Hook continues on his merry way. He's now 5 under for the final round of the championship, and 4 under. Well, he's right in the thick of it as well now, Scott Hook. They've found a ball. If they find a ball and it's still within the 5 minutes, the referee, I think, with the match is Mr. Unsworth.
Alex, it would be very important if what Gary said there, if he said it's lost, that's it. Even if it was within the 5 minutes, I declare it lost. But he marched out of there and didn't say anything, but it's obvious now what's happening. He's going back to play again.
Scott McCarron for Eagle on 5. These conditions today will suit him. One of the longest players on the US Tour, and that moves to 4 under. This hole yesterday created havoc with the players today, giving away birdies and eagles.
It's as if that shot of Gary's has triggered off a whole new ball game here. We've got Americans knocking birdies in all of a sudden in the hunt. Here's young Garcia.
Birdie for Garcia. He moves to 4 under. Ernie on the 3rd. Touch off the right. Good chance to redeem the shot he dropped on the 1st.
It's as if a trigger has been pulled. It's just an amazing thing how, well, from the atmosphere here, everything travels across the course so quickly. And the joy of some and the misery of Gary Evans.
Padraig Harrington, birdie on 8. This to go 4 under. He's got it. What a championship we have now.
These guys also won't know what's going on with Gary up ahead on 17, but it won't take long before they do find out.
The referee with this match is Peter Unsworth of Royal Birkdale Club, and well, it's one of those things. He has to say, I'm sorry, 5 minutes is up, the ball is lost, and now he's going back to make sure it's dropped in the right place. And Maria Ama at 5, Els at 5. Just look at that, how they're all moving in, and McCarron's moving along very well too.
Concentration.
Now this is look, there's McCarron, as I mentioned, at 4 under through 5. Garcia with his birdie. They're all in the thick of this. Is
Gary's 4th shot. Alex, if he gets up and down, it'll be a par, but it'll be the finest par he's ever made in his life. This is not bad. It's a wonderful shot. He'll have that for par. 2 putts for a bogey. And he'll still be leading the Open.
This hole's been the site of some unbelievable things over the years, hasn't it? Missed short putts, chip-ins from behind the green with Trevino.
John Cook missing the tap-ins.
I remember that one. Nick Faldo was across on the 15th when he looked across, and it was almost as if the message travelled across, and you could say he was looking, and Cook missed a tiddler, and then he knocked the next iron shot stiff. But it's a terribly sad moment, no matter what he does here, to have a lost ball.
Ernie on the 4th tee. They're playing a 4-iron today. He's pulled it a touch.
Almost impossible up and down from left-hand side. Not a lot of green to work with, and that's quite tight.
Nick Price at the 11th. Oh, straight in the middle of the cup there for Nick. He was out in 35, which is 2 under for the day and 2 under for the championship. So he's back in it. They're all back in it.
508-yard par 5, 9th, second shot, Harrington.
You hear him saying, get down there. Wonderful strike, a long iron.
He's just getting better and better, Harrington, Sam, isn't he?
He played beautifully when the winds died down yesterday, the last 6 holes, and he's put himself right into contention here again.
Well, Gary Evans striding up the length of the 17th. His 4th shot right up there past the pin in distance. Long putt still for a par. And it's all peace and quiet up there, not so down here, not down on the ground. And there a horseshoe of spectators, this rather strange shape of green, and caddy walking back with the flag there. I'll give you an idea of the distance of the putt, probably about 17 or 18 paces. Going to have a look from the other side. No, he's just got to gather himself. It's a tough thing to accept, that lost ball.
Gary here, he's obviously very, very disappointed, but if he can just salvage a bogey, which he's going to with a 2-putt, I mean, a miracle for a 1-putt, he's still right in the thick of things if he can just birdie the last.
The great danger is, of course, in trying too hard, he might outrun it. Once you get past the flag here at 17 from this side, it's very swift.
I'm sure the whole nation is willing this one in.
Yes!
What a par.
That's one of the most courageous things any of us have ever seen. Scott Verplank, American Ryder Cup player, well done. Just think, he might have knocked it on the green and taken 3 putts, the first one.
Or he might have pulled it, Alex, and been 8 under.
That was for you, man.
Well done.
Good on you, mate. Great putt.
Just a routine par. Sunday afternoon.
Always looked like a par to him, I suppose.
Wonderful to see Scott Verplank coming up there and congratulate him.
Yes, and Scott, who searched as fervently as anyone to try and find the ball. Let's hope he gets it. Well done. They're all holding them now. Everything's happening. And that was a birdie. And off he goes to the 18th. Well, let's have another look at this. We must enjoy this. The whole The whole arena tense, everyone willing it in. The caddy, he shot back about 20 paces into the banking, and that was a most magnificent moment in golf or in sport of any kind. There's Verplank wishing him well.
He's really got to regroup now, Alex. That's a lot of emotions he's been through in the last 10 minutes.
Well, he's got a long enough walk back to the 18th tee, so as you say, Sam, now he had to regroup to go back to the fourth shot on 17. Now he's got to regroup back to this tee on 18.
Now you see he's got out ahead of the others. He's just keeping himself away from them, keeping to himself just to compose and calm down a minute.
That was Mariyama.
We were also stunned. We forgot to talk. We're all sitting looking at each other here. Nobody wanted to talk anymore. Now here's Porrig at the 9th. There's that funny wee stroke. He lines up, then he rocks back on his heels to give himself room for a stroke. Then he falls back onto the toes again. Now there's a huge swing on this right to left. There he goes, and he's fallen short. It just needed hitting. Golden opportunity there. Porrig, who was going along very nicely, he still is going along because it is a par 5, and 3 under par for this round. But that was a great opportunity there. Yes, this is just a magical moment. That's one of the great moments in sport. Now just watch. Who does he acknowledge as the camera moves in? It doesn't take much lip reading. There are lots of things we see on television that we can easily read, but that was one of the more pleasant moments, wasn't it?
Incredible. He's taking his time here, just regroup, calm down.
Not rushing into anything.
He's actually got the perfect shape for a shot down here, hasn't he, Sam? Because there's 2 bunkers on the left, the bunker on the right shorter than the other 2, so he moves the ball a lot left to right, so it actually sets up very well for him.
Does he still have the honour? I thought Verplank birdied 17. Oh, Verplank's already played with Herd.
Yes, and that's him taking his time, but we must just confirm that further back Ernie Els has managed to get up and down, make a par at the 4th, and Hansen made it 2. But we had to stay with this very important stage of the event.
Oh, it's gone right.
He's not hit a very good tee shot there. I'm not sure. I'm not quite to him whether he's in the long stuff. He might actually have got a break on a little crosswalk there. I'm just getting to it now.
There was some ooze, Laura, as it landed like something had happened. Maybe it has, you know. Let's hope it has.
As Jean van der Velde said earlier this morning, his head is in a storm. Wonderful way of stating just how confused you can be. Now Garcia, he's having trouble as well. At the third shot rather. And that will just sweep across the green a little further, coming from that grassy lie at the 6th hole. This is Søren Hansen. He becomes more impressive as the weeks go by.
That was his tee shot on the 5th hole, par 5, as the last group makes their way down that fairway.
Any news, Laura? Have you seen it?
Yes, see, Gary's drawn a really good lie here, and he's only got 210 to the front, so he's going to be able to hit this green with a good long iron.
Did you have to kick it very hard, Laura?
I gave it a right good boot, actually.
Well, why has he got so much left then?
I don't think anyone in the crowd would have stopped you either.
I'm really amazed that he was able to keep rhythm in his swing at all. I mean, his heart must be pounding. He must be saying to himself, I've got the championship here in my grasp. And as you can see, he's close to the rail, very close to the rail. And of course, as we all know, there are players behind him who have all these holes and opportunities to make birdies. But nevertheless, I think that would be going through his brain.
Well, the caddy's gone to get a yardage, which indicates he's got a chance of reaching the green.
Well, definitely, as the ball was in the air, he was thinking 5, wasn't he? So to get down there and to have a lie and an opportunity to get at the green is a bonus.
216. About those traps. Sort of 3-2. 25 5-right flag.
His main aim here will be to carry the 2 cross bunkers 40 yards short of the green, get a nice bounce, run up, roll up, lip out, finish about a foot away.
Either forward, just chip him 8 on. Go on, Gary.
Heard him say it's either forward or chip an 8 iron, so.
170 those traps. 3 the traps. What's the total? 216, 25, 241. 241? Yeah. 241. 141
Sam. He's just laying up, Alex.
Well, the last time we saw a player doing this was David Toms last year at the US PGA. Everyone's expecting him to go.
He's just decided that the best policy here, down the grip with an 8 iron, lay it up and hope for a pitch and a putt. Oh dear. Oh no. We've seen this before, haven't we? This is beginning to become reminiscent of Carnoustie. Landed in amongst all the spectators in the grandstand. Now, obviously, if that happens, there is a dropping zone, the closest one available. The long stands, there are several of them. But I can assure you, where you drop it, you wouldn't want to, because it's got to be similar ground to that he would be in, which means it'll be pretty rough.
I know people sit there and say, what's so hard about taking a shot and putting it out onto the fairway? But when you get under this sort of pressure, sometimes your body feels like it doesn't belong to you.
Laura, how does the drop zone look like?
I'm stood by the obvious drop zone that he's going to have to use, and he's got a nice bit of grass going towards the green, so I don't think his shot will be that difficult, even though he's pulled it so badly.
But Laura, he must be approaching the green now from the wrong side, according to the pin position and the shape of this green.
No, he's actually got a perfect angle from where I'm stood. I mean, it'd just be a little chip and run to the front.
That bunker there, the second one up, doesn't interfere at all?
No, the bunker does not interfere at all. I mean, he can throw it up. He'd probably get a nice little mid-wedge and just punch it forward and run it up the green.
This could be one of those great finishes, Sam.
He's just having a look at the drop zone there. I don't know if he's retrieved the ball yet. He just pulled another one out. The referee will be putting him in the correct procedure. This would be a par finish, Alex.
Well, Peter Unsworth's having a pretty busy day. The rules official, he's got to establish.
If you remember when we had the rules thing the other day, Alex, they said that there's about 5 drop zones there, and he's got to drop to the nearest one, even if it is nearer the hole.
He has to go to the nearest drop zone to where his ball finished, and it doesn't matter whether it's near the hole or not.
Well, I did say that it wouldn't be too attractive, and you can see what he's going to drop into now. 6 or 7. Oh, I think he's got a good drop.
Well, he's obviously been practicing his dropping, Sam, because that was a sensational
That's a gorgeous drop there. As you can see, he can get in at the back of the ball, which means he can get a reasonable strike.
The reason we say that is because if you have a look at the grass there, the grass is lying towards the green, which means that the grass is not going to hinder his shot very much at all, and the club head will travel through it very comfortably.
He's got around about 120 yards to the pin, but I imagine all he's going to do is try and land at about 100 of that and try and run it up the rest.
Well, the pin is 25 paces up the green, and that's a sort of good comfort zone. He gets it moving forward and running, then he's got the whole virtual length of the green to operate with. But he must keep a tighter grip than he had on the last shot.
The look of it.
What kind of drama is this on a quiet Sunday afternoon?
And the leaders are only on the 5th, Alex. There's certainly been yesterday's day.
Scott Verplank there pushing him forward to acknowledge the gallery on his own. Very sporting. You know, on Friday night, Gary was in the second last group out. He finished that second round and made the cut, and it was at 10 p.m. that he completed the round. So it's been one of the most topsy-turvy weeks, surely, in his life.
I remember that interview, Alex. I wonder if he made his dinner date. He booked a table for 9:45 in a local restaurant.
If we plotted his course over the last few holes, it'd look like an America's Cup yacht race, wouldn't it?
Now, all we need is a chip in, and that'll be match and set and game.
I think up and down would be lovely. He'd finish at 5 under. Chip in would obviously be better, but...
Well, Sam, if he does that, then at the moment Mariyama's at 5 under, Ernie Els at 5. Peter O'Malley's finished. He can't do much about his 4 under.
Peter Lonard from Australia. Birdie on Friday to make the cut on the number. Second shot to 9. Well, 3 feet left for an eagle for Lonard, and that will take him to 4 under par.
Well, after the extraordinary drama of the 17th hole, could Gary Evans possibly chip in from here? Silence around the 18th green. He's flashed it 8-9 feet past. He's got that back. For a bogey 5 to stay at 5 under with a joint lead in the championship. Never a winner on the tour. Seconds and third have been his best finishes. A top amateur player. Twice the winner of the English Open Amateur Championship. Now 33. It's a brave putt, but it's a 5. And Gary Evans completes one of the most extraordinary rounds in the history of the Open Championship. 110 years since the championship was first played over these famous links at Muirfield. And what drama. The lost ball at 17, and then the single putt to come off that green in par figures. Scott Verplank, who's been a real sportsman in this pairing, congratulating Gary Evans on his escape at 17. And in to sign for his round with a share of the lead. 5 under par. Nice to see how appreciative Scott Verplank is towards Gary Evans, fellow professional. Little pat on the back, and that's what golf's all about. And we've still got 3 hours of golf at least to enjoy on this final day of the 131st Open Championship. And on the course on the 5th green, Els with a par putt to stay in a share of that lead. Had a bogey and a birdie so far. Safely in for a par 5. Even for today's round. Now here's Murayama with a birdie putt to go into the lead at 6 under par. We've got a new leader. Out in 32. So Murayama, 6 under, leads the championship by 1 shot from 2 players. Gary Evans in the clubhouse after that round of 65. Ernie Els, having just completed par on the 5th, also 5 under. Peter O'Malley, a round of 65 from him also this morning. He's in the clubhouse at 4 under. And then a whole cluster of players on 4 under who are still out on the course and still with lots of opportunities for birdies. This is McCarron playing at the 8th. Scott McCown of the United States, rounds of 71, 68 and 72, started his final round at 2 under. Now Garcia, his second shot into the 8th. One under so far for today's round. And it is right. That flag just 11 strides on from the front today. Garcia, who had a wonderful third round yesterday, he was out on the course when the squall and the wind struck, but held together to come in with a score of 71. And now the championship leader. Els driving at 6, 468 yard, par 4, enormous distance, and conditions now are absolutely benign. Dead calm, nice and warm, bright sunshine. It really is perfect scoring conditions this afternoon. Rose just failing to secure that birdie, but there's at least a dozen players and more out on the course who are thinking at the moment that they can win the Open Championship. And Padraig Harrington is certainly one of them.
Yeah. Anyway, you can
3 under for today's round, 4 under for the championship, out in 33.
Padraig Harrington's second shot, and whoa, loaded with backspin. How aggressive was that, taking it to a pin right at the back end of the green. Dangerous position, but well played, Padraig.
Fantastic afternoon out here now for the remainder of the players on the course. Sun shining, and you can see the flag hardly moving at all. Scott Hoke from the United States on 17, third shot. This guy is an amazing player, Sam, but he's always reluctant to come over here, which is a great shame.
Yeah, he's got a tap in there. Could be one shot behind Maruyama. Here's Shigeki.
Interesting that about Scott Hoke being reluctant to come. His ancestors are from Wales.
Okay.
And quite recently too, you know. Maybe he doesn't want to come to Wales, but I don't know why. I think it's great. He did the British Amateur there at Royal Porthcawl, and it was an outstanding condition too. Great links of this land. Now Maruyama at the 10th hole. 10th, which is 475 yards.
There's 181 yards to the front. Out of the lie, he had a running one, not much more than a 5-iron.
Well, it's a fine 5-iron. About 12 yards out there to the right of the pin. It often pays at Muirfield to play to the centre of the green, trying for pin positions at the side, and lots of them are at the side, can end up in trouble.
Scott Hoke, 17, makes his birdie. 5 under, going up the 18th.
Steve Elkington, watch the twist on this one. This is at 9 for a birdie. In it comes, yeah, he had to tip forward to stop it diving. So many have fallen short. Steve Elkington out in 33.
Garcia on 8 after that fine iron shot just outside right. Just never hit it, and it also wasn't taking the turn.
Soren Hansen to the 6th. Beautiful swinger. And he believed he had it right on the flag, but he was a club short. He can't see the green from there.
Ernie Els looking at his second shot to the 6th, having just taken a regulation 5 at the 5th. After hitting the green with 2 drivers, 3 putted, missed his second one from no more than 3 feet. He's going with a 7-iron here, 163 to the pin. He's got to get it up quite quickly. The fairway rises quickly in front of him.
Well, it's on the back of the green, Jules. A little bit left again. Had a bit of a problem with his irons going left over the last couple of weeks.
The 11th green has got quite a severe slope from the back down to the front, which means that this putt should turn a bit right to left for Porrig Harrington. Never mind, he retreats, does his 2 or 3 little practice strokes within the gap between toe and ball, and out he goes again. Look at that grip, isn't that unusual? He's allowed a bit, and it hasn't turned. It fooled both of us, that one. Porrig at 4 under. He's well in touch at this championship. That's Moriyama. Oh, I tell you what, he's raced that by.
Moriyama playing with the Australian Steve Elkington.
And Muirfield, just 5 feet 7 inches tall, winner in the United States this year of the Byron Nelson. And here's Scott Hoke on 18. 1 off the lead. Soren Hansen for his 3rd shot. On the 468-yard par 4 6th. And that pin 20 strides on from the front edge. Absolutely almost spot on for length. He's got that for par to stay at 1 under for the round, 4 under for the championship. Birdie putt for Steve Elkington to join the players at 5 under. So a 4 for Elkington, who went out in 33. 3 birdies on that outward 9. 3 under for today's round. Murayama to save par. And back off the top of the leaderboard into the pack of players at 5 under. Tied 14th in the Masters this year, tied 16th in the US Open. And Scott Hoke with his second shot into the 18. Doesn't like that. Well, the pin is over to the right side of the 18th green. Els for par.
Yeah, come on, Eddie.
Stays even for today, 5 under. No move yet from Ernie Els. Bogeyed the first, picked it up at the third with a birdie. LeVay. Tap in for 4. Stays 3 under today, 4 under for the championship. Harrington turning away as he strikes that second shot in to the 12th green. Just a 381-yard par 4. Three under today, Harrington. 4 under for the championship. And really, you couldn't imagine a nicer afternoon on which to play golf on a links course. The footprint of these holes at Muirfield, stamped in the lighter green of the fairways and the greens, the deeper green of the rough. And Scott Hoke having a look at this shot that he's going to have to play from the bunker to the left side of this 18th green. 6 under today. Wants to get up and down to complete a round of 65. Well, if he can chip this in out of the sand, Scott Hoke will lead the championship. Well, that ball just a little bit too close to that left side of the bunker, interfering with Scott Hoke's stance. Can't quite get back as far as he would like. Very well played. He's got that left for a round of 65 to stay in a four-way tie in the lead. Ernie Els on the 7th tee. Well, this par 3 was the easiest hole yesterday. Easiest of the 4 par 3s. Well, he's put that a long way from the flag. And now Murayama, having dropped a shot at 10, out in 32, back now to 5 under. And a chance to get that lead back.
You'll do very well when you get there too, mate. I know that's for sure. Davis Love on 18.
Virtually identical to Gary Evans. Good try.
What a difference a day makes, Alex. Hey, look at that beautiful scene today.
Yes, indeed, looking out over Muirfield, Archerfield, and now such an important putt for Scott Hoke, tying at 5 under. He was out in 32 shots, a wonderful run of birdies he had at 7, 8 and 9. He's had a couple coming home. He's 6 under for the round, putting for 65, exactly as Gary Evans made 65. There has, and of course major history, been quite a few putts that have been missed by this gentleman, particularly at Augusta. He's had several short ones to win that. And there's another, you see. He gave it the correct line. Sam Torrance earlier said right lip, and that was the line. He just didn't hit it hard enough. It's a round of 66. But there's no way, no matter what happens, that he will be in any playoff.
Murayama to go back in the lead. Alex, we saw the early rounds of Justin Leonard and Justin Rose yesterday, and the inclement weather brought the whole field back to them. Today we don't have the weather, but we do have the pressures of winning a major.
You're a wonderful pair. There's never a smile far away from the lips as we go to the 18th green.
Final putt for Davis Love. 3 under par for the championship. Former US PGA champion, round of 67.
Now then, Ernie Els, he has a putt here to go into the lead on his own. It's quite a long one, about 18 paces. It's a good read. Beautiful putt, beautiful approach putt for Ernie. The sun on his back now. We'll be watching this down at Fan Court, where he has a home. Got so many fans, of course, in this country, all over the world. But naturally, South Africans keen to see him home.
Garcia for birdie on 9. The easiest hole on the golf course, so he's giving a shot away to the field by making 5. Can't afford at this stage of the championship to be letting those go. Still some work to do, but pretty straight and uphill. Be able to give it a nice firm wrap.
Paula, we're going to see Elkington's putt on 11.
Outward half of 35, 3 under for Garcia. Still only 2 shots back, but he'll need to make a few putts.
Steve Elkington, great Australian player, is to join the lead on 11. Beautiful putt. Great swinger, Steve. I spoke to him on the range the other day. He's had some allergy problems. He's seemingly found a magic pill and he's feeling great and swinging great.
Now then to the 8th, a dog leg to the right. The bunkers, a cluster of them on the right, on the corner there. And going to the left, and they're in there to find it, the marshals. And he's on the left-hand side. Those are the bunkers I was talking about, the tees at the top of your picture. He's across where those 2 or 3 men are.
He's got more of a chance today, Alex, to draw a lie there than he did on Thursday, because after a week of people traipsing through the rough, some of it's flattened down.
To the 12th with an iron club, Mariyama. And just in the rough. Well, it's just, isn't it wonderful to see people out in their short sleeve shirts, the heat, the temperature up into the 70s, and just the most beautiful place to be here in the Lothians when the sun is shining.
Greg Norman, sorry, the 1986 and 93 Open champion. 2 under for the championship. Brought some great moments to everyone around the world, and he especially put the golf on the map back in Australia. Just hasn't been quite with it of recent times, Sam.
No, but been a wonderful champion over the years. Great friend. Fit as a butcher's dog. Works harder now than he's ever done in his life. Now when he reaches 50, they all might as well go home.
By Hansen here, finding the fairway bunker down the right hand side of the 8th with an iron off the tee. Can only come out sideways.
Yes, he just seemed to pop that one up and get it out at all costs. Not much he could do there. Judy Rankin of ABC television Out there giving the details of play, but over here, Julian's there. What sort of a lie does he have, Julian?
Well, the lie is not too bad. He took 3 wood off the tee here, but he really did want to find the fairway because this is playing downwind. And with the pin where it is close to the front of the green, it's all going to run away from him. Very difficult to get any check spin coming out of here. And it's that long, scraggly links type grass that can easily catch the hosel and twist it.
And there's a nasty bunker that lies right across the middle of the fairway if you fall short. Well, he's not done that. He's not fallen short. In fact, bounds on. And that's pretty good from where he was. It's 443 yards this par 4 and no pushover of a hole.
Thomas LeVay for birdie on 12. This to join the lead.
Sam, you have a story about him with a marker.
Yes, Alex, I was a friend of yours, a member of Woburn, gave me some markers made from a Blarney stone, and I used them at Woburn, and unbeknown to me, I dropped one at the 18th green. Thomas finished his 72nd hole, was walking off the green, saw the marker, picked it up and used it in the playoff to win. I played with him a couple of weeks later and he saw the marker I was using. He says, "Where did you get that?"
This is Stuart Appleby on 13. Oh, just skirting the bunker. Keep coming. Fantastic shot. Appleby 3 under for the day, 3 under for the championship. That to go to 4.
Horrid line for Marama on the right-hand side of the fairway at 12. Downhill second shot. He's the wrong side to get to the flag, which is cut on the right. 148 to the pin, but he's coming in over bunkers.
Well, now don't keep running. Don't keep running. He's okay. He's stopped. Not having the best of times since he went through the turn.
Great drive of Milkington, just 120, and a good line he's coming in from. Sand wedge.
Yes, that's a very good shot. Yeah. And nice to hear that he's fit again. He really has had his troubles from all... Well, he's a sort of walking medical book, this Australian. So many events he's had to pull out of and miss because of poor health. And yet he looks big and strong. And a beautiful swinger. He's one that we always try to get people to model your swing on. This man, we'll get a chance to see that. Oh.
I think he was watching Gary Evans, Alex.
He's taking time to recover. I can't think what on earth he's thinking about. Unless he's got a television set in there, you never can tell nowadays.
Greg Norman finishing out. Great round of 68. Finishes -2 for the championship. Only 3 shots behind. When you think of all that's going on this week, that's not that far away. Well done, Greg.
And he ends Els with a little chip and run from the left-hand side of the 8th. He's really done so little wrong today. Just, I suppose the one mistake was 3-putting the 5th, having hit the green with 2 drivers. But he's playing very comfortably. Seems to be pretty much in control, as you'd expect of himself.
Well, it was a magnificent little chip and run there from Ernie. Makes up for the poor tee shot, or the inaccuracy of the tee shot, really. Tap that one in to stay. I think he can do that without interfering with his colleague's line, Hansen. And that keeps him at 5 under, sharing the lead. Holes like the 9th, the next one is going to go to a par 5 and tailor-made for him.
Shigeki Maruyama.
Murayama, third shot, little chip and run at 12. Sandiron back in the stance, getting a nice little bit of check on the ball. Coming up, oh, just a little bit shy.
Appleby, finish off that beautiful tee shot. Oh dear, dear, dear. That would have got him within one shot of the lead. He'll have to tap that in to stay 2 behind. Padraig Harrington made 3 here earlier. Harrington remains at 4 under. 5 to play.
He's unhappy about this one. Not sure of the line of it. He didn't make a very good job of the first crack at it. And Steve Elkington for a putt that would give him the lead. Oh, and so close.
He made the faithful mistake there, Alex, of the step forward, thinking it's in. And it just slipped out.
It'll be Murayama to putt next, and quite interesting. I thought in the Centenary Open a way back, I played with the first Japanese to come into the Open Championship. And I received a communication from Prince's Golf Club in 1932. T. Miyamoto qualified for the 3rd, but not the final round. So the Japanese have been playing in our championship for a long, long time. That was at Prince's Golf Club. Another opportunity gone for this particular Japanese, and he drops out of a share of the lead. And now only 4 under, and it's heating up for him. As we go to the 16th, I'd like to welcome Ken Brown back into the commentary box.
Thank you, Alex. Oh, just at the right time for Retief Goosen. Well done. Can anybody get past Gary Evans at 5 under? Goosen possibly can. Lovely 2 there at the 16th.
Ernie Els with an iron on the 9th.
Ninth hole, a very reachable par 5, 508 yards. It's the shortest of the 5s on the golf course.
Ken, I love the pictures this blimp has given us all week. The magnificent quality from on high without the engine noise that used to drive us to distraction every tournament you went to. In the United States, where a blimp hovered above, it became a pain in the neck. Now here is Elkington on the 13th.
Just a little wait for Steve Elkington on the 13th, and it really is glorious out here. There's very little breeze around. What is slightly against, but really very negligible. I was just thinking back to what it was like 24 hours ago on this hole. Really is so different today. This hole today playing 191 yards, the pin cut back left, so a little drawn shot in here would be pretty good. Elkington not yet got the club.
Beverly, how many yardage books did you go through yesterday?
It was actually just the 2, but I was very careful with them, Alex. It's just the same number of waterproof outfits, I think.
Well, when I met you, when you came in for your second change, I really thought it'd be best to go away and get warm and forget about it. But out you went. Never ever gave up. What about this for a swing now? You're a good coach. What about the Elkington swing?
I was in Australia just this last winter and I bought his book and it is absolutely splendid.
Harrington with his approach to 14.
Harrington here, he's just been disturbed by someone behind him, but he's regrouping, and he's got 206 yards to this pin.
Is he going to stay on a little flat area on the back left of the screen, about 6 yards by 6 yards? The pin is cut today, and that's just tumbled off the edge.
Ken, he keeps looking back as if somebody's following him, and he can't shake it off. I don't understand it. Neither can he. It's just 3 holes we've seen him turn round.
Elkington ready to fire now, and he has a 4-iron in his hands. Suspect aiming at the middle of the green with just a touch of draw.
Not much of a target, this one, Sam.
No, especially with a 4-iron, Ken. That's a good shot. Par here will be a good score, especially when you're leading the Open.
Yeah, this green only some 15, 16 yards wide, long, thin putting surface, but he's found it, Elkington.
Ernie Els with 250 to the front of the par 5 ninth. Had a 3-wood out a moment ago, but he's gone for long iron. I guess it must be the 2-iron. He'll need to start it with the wind off the left, down the left-hand side. Everything moves left to right as he gets up to the green.
It's quite flat in front of the green. He's asking it to jump. It is doing, and it'll start moving to the right if it gets on the surface. Here it comes. Down. There's such a high bank leading up to that wall on the left. And that's good. Now, this is a par 5, so he has a putt for an eagle 3.
Søren Hansen gambled a bit more off the tee, went with a 3-wood, and is therefore so much closer. He's got 232 yards to the pin. Probably no more than a 4-iron, possibly a 3. He's played awfully well so far, really very steady. He's just had the 1 birdie, all the rest pars. Had to do a bit of scrambling though.
Bit of breeze helping, and you can feed the ball into this back right pin. Kicks right, and a little unfortunate.
Beautiful shot, beautiful swing. He seems to be keeping his composure. 9 and a bit holes to go in a major championship. He's never been there before, but he looks to be relishing it. Irish Open champion.
Now then, Moriyama at the par 3 13th. The Australian is on the green. 4-iron for him. And a beauty. Well done. Well done. There's Elkington's ball, both with downhill putts.
There's a lot of clapping behind the tee there, Alex, but I always prefer them to clap at the green. They can see it finish.
Well, and there you are, Gary Evans, Steve Elkington, Ernie Els, but Ernie with a golden opportunity at the 9th to pick up 1 shot at least. And Peter O'Malley, well, his grade 65, but it's not going to be his year, nor for Scott Hoch, who took 5 at the last hole. Padraig Harrington still in there battling away, but this is the 9th, the famous old wall, the boundary wall on the right-hand side. And it's Ernie who strides up towards green, his ball on the high side. Tricky putt, Sam.
Yes, very fast. We've seen him knock it 3 or 4 feet past. Goosen for eagle on 17 to join the lead. Can it get more exciting? A little bit weak, great birdie, but he's going to have to birdie the last to have any chance.
One behind, one hole left to play for Retief, and he knows that that was an opportunity missed.
To the 14th. Appleby's third shot. Just checked it on the bank. That was a lovely piece of judgment there. Just took the bounce into the upslope, took the pace out of it.
Thirteenth green and Elkington a birdie putt. This green just drying out a little bit now, and this down the hill. And this to take the lead. Not going to make it. And an awkward little one he's left himself. Never renowned as the greatest putter in the world. Always been extremely consistent from tee to green.
I wouldn't be throwing my marker down behind the ball at that kind of Dewey. He almost hit the ball and moved it, and that would be a penalty. It didn't do it, but very calm.
That was a real flick from a distance. To Hansen at the 9th.
Hansen made a great save at the last. You saw him in the fairway bunker, could only come out sideways. He had a 7-iron to about 6 feet and made the putt to save his par. And now he's got a chance for eagle. Quite a lot of break there from left to right.
He's coming. The line was right. Good judgment from Hansen. Of that to get to 5 under.
Now then, Mariyama, you've had the benefit. That marker of Elkington's not far off the line. He's going to end up, well, that just wasn't enough. He's left himself with rather a long putt for his 3. Just marking there with a little coin or a disc.
Ernie Els down the slope for an eagle 3. It would move him to 7 under. A 2-shot lead. The hair from the left. Just going to have a look. Oh, just the pace beating it. Fraction slower and it would have turned.
It's got a tasty wee distance pass, Ken. It's not a gimme. Beautiful roll from Ernie, though. He does putt beautifully. But that is a tester. Has the advantage of watching it going past the hole, so he knows it should come from just inside right. But we're all good at reading putts, Ken. It's hitting it on the line you're looking at is the key.
This is about the distance that he missed his putt on the par 5 fifth and ended up 3-putting. In fact, his third putt was from further away than his second.
Definitely inside the hole, this one. Up the hill. New leader, Ernie Els, out in 35. He leads by 1, 9 holes left to play.
Well, at this point, I'm going to take a little break and introduce Peter Alice.
Thank you, Alex. And it's quite an afternoon, isn't it? And much more to come, I'm sure. Murayama. He's done a few of them suddenly. But I'm sure he's not the only one who's a little bit nervy at the moment. And there'll be plenty more in the next couple of hours.
Steve Elkington would have just seen that. Doesn't give you any extra confidence seeing your playing partner sneak one past the edge from a yard.
Just inside right. Ooh. Snuck it in, but it's in, and he's off. 5 under, 1 behind Els.
Hansen at the 9th for his birdie. 9 under for him. Out in 34, 1 behind his playing partner. Absolutely splendid day for golf. This couldn't be nicer. Light breeze blowing across the links, Peter.
Yeah, it's a stunning day and such an extraordinary contrast to yesterday. And everything, everywhere you look, there's excitement and buzz. Tremendous. From being a very dull championship, it's now alive, kicking. Garcia now. Yes. Dead weight putt. This has a message about Keith Patterson-Brown, member here, and 74 today, one of the best uncapped golfers the club's ever produced. So, congratulations, happy birthday. You'll remember your 74th. Here's Elkington. He of the elegant swing. Well, of course, he's won a major championship before. Robbed Colin Montgomery, really, but that's another story.
Sam, it's quite hard to winkle out birdies on these closing holes. It's only really the 17th that you'd say is a real birdie opportunity.
Yeah, especially with the pins at the back at 14, and we've seen 16's not easy.
Three wood for Maruyama.
He's kept his rhythm going very well today, and even through the storm of yesterday. But I was over working for my friends from ABC Television during the dramas with Gary Evans, and they were getting very excited about it. I must confess it was something a bit different. Ernie Els at the 10th. Big 9 holes coming up for Ernie. And of course a number of other players, but having won 2 US Open championships, he'd certainly like this one.
Harrington. Pin on the back right at the 15th. Trying to work one in, and beautifully played. Harrington 4 under, a couple behind Ernie Els. It was a glorious high towering iron, stopping very quickly.
Duffy Waldorf at the 18th, just tapping in for his par. 69 for Duffy. Played some exquisite golf yesterday at times. Peterson, his companion for the day, 73. A lot of friends here this week. Duffy looks a frightening man, but really quite lovable.
Amazing round yesterday, wasn't it? Out in 45 and he came back in 32 for a 77.
Well, just fabulous, a bit like, well, not in the same mould as Gary's finished today, but I mean, fancy finishing the way he did with those 2 putts under the circumstances. That was magical. Thomas Levain at the 14th. Ooh, no. Oh, it's getting closer. I thought that was going to stop 6 feet short. So many players in with a chance. Loosen now at the final hole.
Right hand rough, the pin tucked towards the right hand corner, over a little hump in the green, so extremely difficult to get the ball close to. coming out of the rough expecting a flyer. Is it going to hop forward? Pitching a little upslope and taking the sting out of it. Beautifully executed shot.
Justin Leonard. Still, the ball's very receptive. The greens, I should say. Ball landing very soft. But on occasion, you get a bit of a scoot.
Soren Hansen. 192 to the pin down the 10th. Looks like a 4-iron. Dangerous bunker just to the left. That's going right, though.
On the dance floor, but you can see a long, long way from the pin.
Yeah.
These 10 players, Peter, with a chance of winning.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Including the man I had a small wager on.
Who might that have been, Peter?
Mr. Lonard. Peter Lonard. I know my bookmaker friends will be shaking in their boots. I'm just going to mention two very special ladies, Mary Aitchison and Pat Bowden, Dave's wife, and both of them here at work. The husbands are, the girls are not well. I send you big kisses. Hope you're up and about soon. Ernie Els, I know you're enjoying watching the golf, and Ernie's pushed one up and he's talking to himself, and oh, steady now. Don't roll off and down. Lovely shot. Pat and Murray would have enjoyed that. 8 followers of the game.
Final hole for Nick Price. 3 under. Second shot. Clambers over the little reach. That's the absolutely stick high.
That will be at the 15th for a birdie. Yes. Yet another enters the arena. The way that the course is playing at the moment, it's possible to get to the 17th in 2, the bigger hitters, and a 3 there, of course, is possible. Elkington at the 14th.
Such a simple action, Sam, isn't it?
Just turns back, turns through, and off she goes. Beautiful golf swing. Not his best shot, but it's a long iron he's hitting in there. 3 or 4 iron.
Playing with Maruyama. Ball above the feet here. Got to be careful. So easy to slightly miss-hit it. That was a most uncharacteristic shot, Sam.
It looked to be lying perfectly. I think he hit it heavy. He looked back down at the ground to see what had jumped up at him.
Harrington for a birdie. 15th green. Well done, Paul. Just one behind. 1, 2, 3, 4 players at 5. Half a dozen at 4 under.
Goosen, 18th green. This for a birdie. This to join Gary Evans in the clubhouse at 5 under. Up the hill and down the other side. And slightly disappointing when you know you've got a chance to perhaps win the Open.
That was it, Ken. That was his last chance. He had to get that one in. That was the disappointment we saw.
Some 40 yards short of the pin is Maruyama for his 3rd shot on 14. Uphill to this green.
A little bit of Far Eastern magic there, getting it to grab so quickly with such a short shot.
The wily Oriental. Mystical charm, and that's a tap in. And you come up and just probably do that to get it out of the way. Leave the coast clear.
Last time I played the Open Championship here, I played with Andy Bean and My Eye. And
did you?
My Eye could have fitted in Andy
but
Bean's pocket.
He was from Burma. Relation of Sabu, I think. Come on, round. That's good if it comes. Oh, we just straightened out. Just too much pace in that one. I've got a tear-stained note here from Susan Cowan, Secretary to the Honourable Company of Henry Golfers Championship Committee. She's been based here since November the 5th, organising this event. And her children, Ewan and Heather, and her father, whose birthday it is today, are missing her badly, but she loves them dearly, and she'll be home soon. So the cooking, the good cooking, will resume shortly.
Ernie to extend his lead.
Two beautiful swings the last two holes, Ken. Might just be stepping up a gear.
Long par 4 this one, not playing quite so long today, but a timely birdie for Els. Whenever you can finish to the left of the pin at the 10th, it's always quite an inviting pattern. 2 ahead. We've had 7 birdies at this number 10 today.
Elkington at the 14th. That's not a... it's going left. Have you noticed when the ball sort of comes over what must be a little bit of a brow, it looks as if it's going to ease its way to the hole side and then scoots on an extra 2 or 3 feet, leaving those little testy putts.
Putting through the little valley in the green here. Price for his birdie. Well, it's been a wonderful week for Nicky Price. He's had the lead at times. 68 the first day, 70 yesterday. Sorry, 70 on day 2. 75, 68 today, 3 under. Currently in a tie for 12th. One of golf's great gentlemen.
From Zimbabwe. I wonder what thoughts he has about his old country now, as Elkington pops one in boldly for a par to stay at 5 under.
Sam Torrance is going to wander off. I'd like to thank you, Sam, for being with us this week. We've enjoyed your very wise words, and best of luck in the Ryder Cup matches.
Thank you, Ken.
Where we will be.
Lynch, I'll just watch this shot here at Podrigs. Let's hope it's a great one. And it is. Thank you, Ken.
Yes, enjoy the Torrance Trophy down at St George's. Not Sam Torrance, Tony Torrance Trophy. He's taking his son there to play tomorrow, and wish the young lad well as Goosen finishes off at the last hole. And there you see plenty of birdies, couple of drop strokes, the black squares.
Søren Hansen is doing a great job here. Just had a really good 2-putt to save his par on the 10th. Got a 3-wood here on the 11th, the blind tee shot.
3-wood for Ernie Els, hitting over the crest of the hill at number 11. Well, the crowd like it, but Ernie looking a little anxious. Well, it's run into the thick stuff and looks to have settled down. As the week goes by, the players walk through and the caddies walk through, and some areas get trodden down, but that, I can't see it.
Elkington's tee shot at the 15th. Lovely balanced position at the end of his swing. And on that sweet note, we welcome back Alex Hay.
Thank you very much, Peter. And I come back with an email And it's from the troops in Kosovo who are watching this on the British Forces television, congratulating us, and we congratulate them. Mariyama, oh dear, that's a bit like Kosovo over there, I think.
Mariyama's swing just took a little bit quick there, Alex, as he's lost a couple of shots out to the right, and a miss hit at the last with an iron from a not too hard a position.
Yes, he's just beginning to feel the pressure, but now here is this is the final group, and Ernie Els with the 2-shot lead, striding down the 11th. Ricky Roberts, they had a little temporary divorce for a season or two, but back together, and they were a great pair, meant to be. You see, there's the rise they have to play up and over, Ken.
Ernie Els hasn't won a major since 1997, so it's fairly new territory in recent years for Ernie, under a lot of pressure as well. To Harrington. Well, Wayne, you won a major championship. What's the keys in these closing holes?
Not getting too far ahead of yourself, Ken. That's the thing. You just got to take it one step at a time, and if you start to think about the result and what it means, then you find yourself in a lot of trouble, and then all of a sudden your chance is gone.
So Ernie Els with that 2-shot lead, in the perfect position to win his 3rd major. Winner of the US Open in 1994 and 1997. He's been so close on 3 occasions to winning the Open Championship. 2nd at St Andrews in the year 2000, 2nd at Lytham in 96, 3rd at Lytham last year. But there's still a lot of golf to play, and there's still lots of players on the top of this leaderboard who could yet make moves to dislodge him.
The engraving being, well, it'll be set up, but no name ready yet. Here's one that it might be. You can never tell. Just putting the date on. Julian's there.
Hansen with 139 to the pin, which is back left today. Certainly won't want to go long. Just a wedge.
Go. Go.
That'll just be swept down to the bottom of the green. At the front corner of that green, there's just a real little basin, and you've got to get to the other side of that ridge.
Yeah, I can't believe the pin hasn't been in that little hollow all week. It's a lovely inviting pin position on that right corner of the green, but it's been on the high side all week.
Very dangerous pin now for Ernie to really attack, although the ball is lying pretty well, but it's the sort where he could easily get a flyer out of there. And there are a whole ring of bunkers behind and round to the left that he wouldn't want to find. Just aim safely to the right of the pin.
Over is not good.
Come down. Come down.
Got a bit of a flyer. Pitch is in the upslope. Well judged from Els.
I think Ricky Roberts was panicking a little bit when it took off. I fancied they might have got a wee bit of a flyer on it, with no grip on it from the semi-rough. Could have gone over the back, as Ken was saying. Not the place to be.
Garcia for a 2. up the slope. He needs something to happen. Now would be a good time. Oh, beautiful putt right across the face of the hole. Huge crowds now on the back 9 holes. Stays at 3 under. Still, Gary Evans leads in the clubhouse at -5.
Ken, the crowds might not all be on the back. Now I got an email from Linda Mackay. Her mum and dad celebrating their 55th wedding anniversary at the first hole, she says. So I hope maybe they've moved on, or are they waiting for a playoff?
No, we're getting a suntan wherever they're waiting. Grandstands packed.
It must be a Sunday thing in Scotland, is it? Last week at Loch Lomond, all of a sudden Sunday afternoon was magnificent with the sunshine. We're seeing the same thing here again this week.
Ernie walking along there, just bouncing the ball on the blade of his putter. It just shows you how relaxed he can be. Soren Hansen, this is a really difficult putt. A ridge from the basin right over the top. Very difficult to judge the pace Wayne out of a valley like that.
Certainly is, and even more difficult on these links greens here because there are so many undulations on it, all parts of the green, so you've got to walk the whole line of the putt.
Well, he's succumbed, and he's left it a long way short, a good 7 or 8 feet.
Very confident player though. When he won the Irish Open, they asked him, first question asked him, well, he suppose it's all right to win the Irish Open because he's very competitive with Anders Hansen, who'd won the PGA Championship. So he is a player with a lot of game, and he hasn't dropped a stroke so far today. Hansen to Maruyama.
Yes, he could do with a kindly break. Japanese. And that's been the story of his day. When he's had the right line, he's been out with the strength, or vice versa.
Championship leader, opportunity to stretch that lead to 3. Well, good putt, perfect weight, and he'll remain at 7. Leader of the putting stats this week, so no surprise to see him at the top.
Yeah, he's got a terrific record at the Open. St Andrews in 2000, he was 3rd. He was 2nd last year. But certainly this week on the greens, every putt he's hit has had a look at the hole.
Stand still now, folks. Thank you.
Well, we'll just quickly get to Steve Elkington on 15. Now this could take him to 6 under, just 1 behind Ernie.
It's a very unusual setup routine, Alex, that Steve's going through with his putter. Very exaggerated step in where he puts the right foot in first. That's normally with full shots, but to see that on a putting, someone with their putter, is quite unusual.
Yes, it's a great initial move when you're lining up any golf shot to introduce the face of the club and your right foot into its position. Makes life much easier. Just sorry about that. The camera still giving trouble from the storms of yesterday. And he didn't take the golden opportunity there. He's still at 5.
Defending champion going up the final hole. Currently 1 under. One of those cards where he's had his chances, but a terrible 7 at the reachable par 5 ninth. So Double D's not going to get his hands on a second Claret Jug.
That's a very good putt. A good second putt for Soren Hansen. He stays in the share of second place.
Harrington here, 257 yards to the pin, and he's just watched Stuart Appleby get on comfortably from about 20 yards behind him, so he's going to be looking to get this on an eagle chance. It's probably his last real chance to get close to Ernie.
Good angle to get at the pin as well, Laura.
He's got a very good angle.
Once again, the slightly soft surface at the front of the green. The ball normally would have just skipped on a bit more. But a wonderful iron, beautifully struck. Deep breathing.
Yes, and a putt to tie the lead. Harrington at 5 under, this is a par 5. Chance of an eagle.
Ernie on the 12th has just changed the club. He's a bit worried about the bunker down the left at 260 yards, to be avoided at all costs.
Out into the blue it went, and down onto the green centre, well, the centre of the green grass, right in the middle of the fairway. Beautiful shot. Now Hansen, he's gone a wee bit to the right hand side. Semi-row, and is sitting up quite nicely there.
I have to say the course has been beautifully set up this week. I haven't had a single complaint from any of the players. It's tough, but fair. Enjoys working the ball from right to left, and this sets up nicely for Elkington.
He can work it both ways, Ken, and he's been voted a few times as the best swing on the US Tour. Just makes it look, that ball hasn't stopped yet. It's feeding back towards the tee. We saw Gary Evans' ball run right off the front of the green earlier, but that one should stay.
One less glove for Marama going into this hole with a 6-iron. Wind helping. Elkington, by the way, has just had his afternoon tea, a nice little sandwich and a glass of cordial. So can Marama find the tee?
Oh, that's a wonderful shot. Beautiful shot from the Japanese player. Ken, interesting in this day and age of technology that they only needed to add a little bit of yardage to a couple of par 3s. That was enough.
Yes, 2 of the 3s extended. Certainly not a big hitter's course, this one,
No,
Wayne.
not at all, Ken. And the R&A, as we watched Justin Leonard on 13 for a birdie putt, the R&A have never been fixated on par like the USGA have.
Going to come. Has got the pace.
Now, the USGA always believed they want to have the finishing score around par, where the R&A, they just set up the golf course and let the conditions take it, and are not worried whether someone does shoot some good scores.
We made sure at Carnoustie nobody shot a good score.
Well, that was an exception, wasn't it? Well, that is not Peter Lonard, I can assure you.
That was Justin Leonard, of course, and this is Justin Rose. And oh, what a pity. Justin 1 over for the day, 1 under for the championship. There's his card. Couple of bogeys, couple of birdies, and a good championship for the young fella. Make no mistake about that.
Appleby just outside Harrington, and Padraig won't be too far away to keep an eye on the line. This for an eagle is to get to 6 under and just 1 behind. Wayne's got his fingers crossed.
It's on line. Has he hit it? He has. Oh, no. Goodness me. Great putt from Appleby. He qualified 2 weeks ago in Chicago with a top 5 finish. They had an international qualifying, the Western Open. Gave away 8 places into this year's championship. Stewart had just fallen outside the top 50 of the world rankings. Well, this week might help in getting him back there again.
As Alex said, Hansen's ball sitting up nicely in the rough, but he's got quite a difficult approach over the bunkers. 174 to the pin with an 8-iron, and the wind has switched a little bit here. It's gone round more into the northwest now.
Well, he played it a little bit safe on the left side to keep away from the line of that bunker, and he's got a pretty good chance there of a birdie.
The drama of the 17th. We've seen a Gary Evans escapade. This an eagle putt for Harrington. It's a real amphitheatre around this green. Big grandstand behind it. And if someone holds a putt, it echoes around the golf course. Where the hole is cut today, relatively flat.
He would have learned a lot about the pace of the putt from Stuart Appleby. That'd be the main thing Harrington would have been watching, Ken.
This to tie the lead, this to get to 7 under. Has he hit it? I think he has. I think he has. Oh, sure. Spot on line. I thought halfway there.
Instant replay.
Six under for Harrington. Beautifully played hole. What a shame.
He, to me, has looked the most unaffected all week. He's kept the same demeanour as we go back to Elkington on 16 green.
Up the little slope. He's, oh my goodness. Can't believe that one stayed out either.
So many people bidding to catch this man. Ernie Els with a beautiful tee shot and a wide open green to aim at. Downhill.
Sets up beautifully for him, doesn't it?
Looks like a firm 9-iron. And it's a beauty. Yes, it is. Wonderful into that green. And about 8 feet left for another birdie to widen the gap as the others come at him from behind. He's making his own bid to leave them behind.
For a birdie for Duval. Sorry, correction, that's a par round in 70. Completes the championship at 1 under. Duval were rounds of 72, 71, 70 and 70. Very consistent, had his chances. Double D will be back next year.
Now here's Moriyama. Remember, he hit the lovely tee shot at 16. And a little punch, a little tap of the knuckles with a caddy. Yes, here we go. What a wonderful, there's the punch, there it is. What a head of hair.
Yeah, they've both got Basil Brush hair, haven't they? Now this fella, Wayne, is creeping along very quietly, going about his business.
He's been holing out well this week. He's actually left himself quite a lot of work to do throughout the championship, but his nerves have held up.
He's been a very good partner, right? Our playing companion. He's not the partner for Ernie Els. Just keeping on going. You know, nothing flash, nothing violent, no lost balls. Just keeping Ernie going along at a good pace. Now he has this important putt to get him with a cushion of 2 shots. Good strike, beautiful strike, a birdie for Ernie. And he goes to 8 under through 12 holes.
Crucial hole coming up, Alex, the 13th.
Oh, they're all crucial, but the main thing is that he's making his progress round here. When he arrived at the course and all these low scores were shooting, he must have wondered if he would be left with too much to do, but he's doing the job.
Whenever you make your birdie, you get the score on the card a little bit quicker, Wayne. See him out with the card? 3 for me.
Hansen for par. To remain at 5. But now 3 shots behind his playing companion and leader.
I think a really critical hole, this one coming up the 13th, the par 3. New tees made it a little bit longer, very small target, and these 5 pot bunkers around the green are very deep. Trying to work the ball in a little bit from right to left. Pin 22 on. Club selection, a little bit of change in elevation, all important.
Playing 190 to the pin today, Ken, and as I was saying, the wind has shifted a bit. There's not very much, it's very slack, but it's gone around from a northeasterly to northwesterly now, so it's helping them off the left here, which if anything possibly makes it a little bit more difficult to get to this pin over on the left, with one of those deep bunkers on the left hand side not very far away. Tremendous following for Ernie here, picking up more crowds inevitably, of course, as he goes round.
I just think this is the most crucial shot that he's got over the closing holes, Ken. I've seen him tug a few irons left throughout the week, and if he can get this on the green, I think it'll be downhill from there to the finish.
Six iron. Setting up for a little draw. Where's that one gone? It's going left. Oh, and that's a chasm, that one.
Well, it's certainly gone a long way left. I fear it's in that very deep bunker.
He was in there during the practice round, and well, just about got a stance, but you can see it's got a little rake line. The ball's nestled in the face. An awkward spot, but on the US Tour he's the 3rd best bunker player, but that'll test Ernie Els.
So impressed with the way that Søren Hansen is hanging in here. He really is playing well. He's got a 6 iron as well. Oh, that looks to be heart of the green.
That's a beautifully played shot. Exactly where it would have been aiming, under the hole, centre of the green.
And Ernie Els had slipped Søren quite a large sum of money to have that shot for himself.
Stuart Appleby has reached the 18th tee, and he's using a 3 iron. Try to avoid the bunkers up the left-hand side. I think he's quite happy with it. There it comes. Just hanging on to the right side. That's pretty good. That's okay. Now Porrig with the driver. Oh, he's cutting loose now. He probably feels his only chance is a birdie, and I think he's folded up on it, Ken.
I think he hit 2 inches behind it. One of those ones almost to catch behind the ball. Strange choice of shots.
Eagle attempt for Thomas LeVay on 17. There you go, 6 under for LeVay. He won't be aware of Ernie Els' predicament on 13, but what a sensational putt. 17th again, bringing drama here on the last day.
Well, now, what of Ernie?
I don't want to bring doom and gloom on the situation, but that's the bunker that David Park went in and took 8 to get out of today. 11 in total at this hole. And even though they've tidied it all up, obviously, he's right under the face and looks pretty awful.
Julian, have you had a look at it?
I have, Ken, and he's got a horrible lie. He's really unlucky. It's right down in one of the grooves that the bunker rake has made. He could easily leave this in.
Well, he's got a stance. Very steep face, though.
One of the best shots, which we've seen a multitude of great shots today, and even the ones that Gary Evans hit, that is the equal. Magnificent bunker shot.
Shot of the championship, Alex.
And Soren Hansen couldn't help but giving his partner a round of applause for that one. Touch of genius.
Touch of genius, and there's been no better shot at hit at a more critical time than that. And Stuart Appleby, second shot to the last green. Magnificent shot for Appleby. Needs that to finish 6, and that would be leader in the clubhouse if he can get it done. His playing partner Harrington in a spot of bother.
Here's his playing partner, Soren Hansen, an uphill putt. He holds this and he goes in to a share of second place with LeVay and Harrington in terrible trouble at the 18. All the way uphill. Gave it every chance, and you know that putt travel is straight as a die. I do believe he's going to make a great impression on European golf in the years to come, this young man. Now just look where Porrig has arrived. He's thinking of playing over there. That's a remarkable thing. Peter Ellis has just rejoined us. Peter, he's taking a wild chance here.
Well, he's either going to try and pop it just on that bit of green in front of him, or over the wall onto the practice ground, or on the pathway over there, which he's done. And we'll have to see whether that was a good move or not. Bad choice was on the tee.
Yes, it certainly was. We've seen some quite remarkable things happening over this afternoon. It's turned into an amazing championship. He actually played for that worn footpath. Now he's got line of sight, probably, with the grandstand, depending on how far he is.
Now, it depends, as you say, if the grandstand's in the way. He's got number 1 rules man with him. Oh, number 2. Still got a hint of a smile, Porrig.
Ian Patterson there of the rules, and member at Royal Worlington, as we go back in time to catch Ernie tapping in for his 3 to stay at 8 under.
Five holes left for Ernie, and what a 5 holes it will be, not only for him but those remaining players out on the course with a chance of catching him. Harrington looks as if he's not going to. He'll do very well to get a par from where he is. Gary Evans at 5 under in the clubhouse.
I suppose, Peter, that Harrington thought if I could catch he's one of the longest in the business, if he could get a drive and close enough to hit a very short iron, a birdie 3 would become available. But these things are dreams.
Well, yeah, but he took the chance, and he knew as soon as he hit it, it was either hooking into the bunker or not fading off it. We couldn't see the line of the shot, but you know, it's a fairly generous area, but it's a very crucial moment. It's very nerve-wracking for not only players, for us watching.
The reason he did that was because he...
Beautiful shot.
Down 14. Oh, and there's a bunker there. Is Ernie in another? What's happening?
Well, perhaps they want to make sure that Thomas Levay wins for France to make up for Jean's little kerfluffler a couple of years ago.
The reason Porrick did that, it didn't matter how far he hit it into the rough on the left, he was always going to get a drop back onto the pathway because of the 18th grandstand. So he's now got 203 yards to the pin, and he's actually got a chance of getting a bogey here.
Wow, good iron and a putt. Good shot. It looks like a 5 at best, but you never know. After seeing Gary Evans hold that monster putt at the 17th for a 5, having lost his ball in his second shot, and it's got to be a bit careful getting over these fences.
They put a double row in, Peter, because of to try and avoid the normal rush that happens at the end of the championship. But it wasn't intended to stop the players from getting back, or the referees for that matter.
17th hole, Elkington. Oh, we gave that a run. Bit greedy there, Stephen.
Soren Hansen going along quietly about his business. Good shot, hard to the fairway.
Moriyama just had a few little hiccups today. Missed a couple of little putts.
Chance there Peary had for an eagle. That could have turned things around, that and a birdie to finish. But he might get the birdie here.
Big reception for Porrick Harrington. Moriyama. Birdie, 17th. 5 under. Now Elkington to go to 6 under. Yes, sir. So, the great thing is that they've only got one more hole left, whereas Ernie Els has 4.5. Here's LeVay on the tee at the 18th.
Yes, and he's taking the risk with the driver, counting on his straightness. Oh, go on, yes, he's put a little fade on it, left to right. take it away from the sand. Maybe further up. Here it comes, and that is a mighty long drive. Now, that's what Harrington was looking for.
Ernie Els has found another bad lie in the bunker, only this time he's got a really awkward stance. Ball tight up on the left-hand side. I think he's only going to be able to come out sideways.
He's tugged a lot of shots, both long and short, to the left over the last few days.
Even just past his 5. I think it's a really good five.
Well, now they're just trying to work it. The one thing he doesn't want to do is try and get an extra 5 yards or so and put it in the next bunker. If he can, he needs to go out to that lone chap there standing on the edge of the fairway on the right. But Hansen, it will be to play first.
Hansen in prime position off the tee. 215 left to the pin, which is back left, 25 on and only 6 in from the left. Wind off the left, but again it's just a very light breeze. Not much more than a zephyr now. And it's beautifully warm out here now.
It's a bit more than hot, warm for these fellas. A bit hot under the collar, some of them. Long irons. They're being tested, playing irons from the tee. They're leaving a lot of long irons for second shots, and that one is an awful spot.
That just seemed to dive underneath long rough. Now Ernie, depends if he can get any sort of backswing. Got to get it up very steep. He just got out.
That was rather like the stance young Peterson took up last evening at the 18th, Peter, and it didn't come up at all, hit the face in front of him.
Harrington now at the 18th. 4th shot. That's pretty good. I knew there was a little swing. There's a wonderful putt from Porrick. But a 5 it will be. A round of 67. 5 under par, tied with Gary Evans of those who've completed their rounds. It's been a very exciting day, Wayne, after considering all the sort of unfortunate goings on and dullness of yesterday. It started off with Tiger this morning and continued through.
Yes, well, with the sunshine has come lots of excitement, Peter, you're right. And there's another good championship for Harrington.
Ernie Els, 200 yards left. I think he's got a 6-iron.
Oh, steady now. That, oh, it got a little bit of grab, but then it spun on again. I thought it was going to stop half that distance away, but a good chance to salvage its par.
Back to the 18th green. A putt for a birdie from Stuart Appleby to take him to 6 under. He's had the benefit of reading the line from Porrig, and there he's cashed in on it. And how important is that? All
65,
eyes.
Alex, home in 30. It's a tremendous score.
New leader in the clubhouse too.
6 under leads in the clubhouse. We're always saying how talented, what a wonderful striker this man Appleby is. And, well, you know probably more about him than me, Wayne. He's flattered to deceive on more than one occasion. I think he's a beautiful player.
He is a sensational player. Here's a guy with a... He's got no idea what he's got to do later either, or who the name is going to be.
He's going at the engraver. I think they call them gravers. I'm not quite certain. Somebody wrote and told me years ago. Mr. LeVay now. Oh, and that putt to take the lead.
Now, down there at the bottom right of your picture is where Soren Hansen's ball went into the thick grass, which seemed to be leaning all against him. It certainly disappeared from our sight. Problem with this sort of shot, that you would like to just bump it into the apron in front of, into the bank in front of you and kill the strength of the shot, but if you do that, you might not get it up out of the grass in time. He looks as though he's going to sort of knock the head down. He's not trying to play a floater. He may be still going to use the bank. Wayne, what do you think?
Yeah, the most important thing, Alex, is being able to get the club on the ball, but it's a difficult. He's in the middle. He's got to land it just on top of the hill. He's taken it out quite low. All in all, very good shot under extreme pressure.
Murayama at the 18th. 5 under, 3 behind Els. He's taken his driver and he's okay. Julian in Australia, they're all watching on Channel 9, cheering on the Elk and Stewart. Well, you've got plenty to cheer about, you boys down there in Melbourne, with Appleby just finishing the way he did. And here's Elkington for you.
Perfect balance straight down the fairway. And remember, Peter, it is 2:15 in the morning in Australia, so people have lost a lot of sleep this week, but we're used to it.
Well, nothing nicer than sitting in front of the telly with a dish of tea and a few mum's homemade biscuits. This is common in Australia. Ernie for a par. Now this would be a momentous putt if he could roll this in.
In the hole! Oh.
5, drop shot caused by that tugged tee shot. Still at this moment, one ahead. Colin Flanagan says he realises, he hopes we realise, but just wait for LeVay. There's a big moment here. Thomas LeVay, this to take the lead of those completed rounds. No, it's left. That's good playing, though.
A remarkable man, this Frenchman. He's the first Frenchman to win on French soil for so long, a quarter of a century or so, and he won the Victor Chandler at my own club at Woburn in great style in a playoff.
You're at Woburn, are you? Soren Hansen for a par. Yes, well done. I was telling you about Colin Flanagan. He's getting so wrapped up in watching this golf, he's become a neglectful father, and while he's been glued to the set, his 1 and 2 year olds have emptied an entire contents of a jumbo box of washing up powder everywhere. So he sends his thanks for making this event so exciting. Oh, my man Lonard for a birdie at the 18th. Well, John Humphreys, my special agent, he'll be breathing again that he doesn't have to mortgage the house to pay me out. And as for you, Wayne Grady, you're not the tipster I thought you were. I'll still bet on him again.
At some stage he's going to win this year, Alex. I know, Peter, I know that. He's just played so well, and this is just another string or another good championship for him. He's currently tied for 14th.
I think my each-way bets, although he's SP no limit and tote, I don't think it goes down to 14.
Thomas LeVay taps in a tiny putt. Well played, Thomas.
66.
Yes, and what a finish. 3-3-4. I mean, that's A wonderful eagle, there it is in gold, and not a single bogey on the card. That's a great round of golf.
Isabel McClellan from Mayor wants to know what the little metal badges are. They're the competitors' badges, Isabel. That means they're qualified, entry to the clubhouse and all that sort of thing, as Elkington pushes one down the last and online, and if it hops up, that's a magnificent shot. And what those boys down in Melbourne, they might even be breaking into a cool one now after that one, because Elkington has a putt to go to 7 under.
Soren Hansen at 15th, and it's hovering between deciding on rough or fairway, and I think it's well, I think it's just half and half.
Ernie Els has got a real battle now. He started pulling these irons. The straightest club in his bag over the last couple of days has actually been his driver, but it would be a very bold move to take the driver here, and one he's not prepared to take.
I think you'll see the right side of the body, the right shoulder, go well in and under into the strike on this occasion. Like that. Now that could sort it out if he keeps his spine on the right angle instead of straightening up. And that is magnificent.
So far, 32 players have broken 70. Yesterday there were only 4. Murayama, second to the 18th.
What a great asset he's been to this championship. He's provided so much fun. Don't go in there. No, it's... I'll tell you what, he might have wished it had, the way he's going to have to stand to play that. It's...
Well, that's all right, he's right-handed, isn't he?
Yes, I know. He's going to have to long arms, Peter.
How different from the scenes here 24 hours ago. Last night it looked like the championship time had forgotten, but not today, with the sun shining and sparkling golf. Been a joyous day, as they kicked off by Tiger Woods this morning, playing so beautifully in Paul Eels. Very impressed with Tiger. And Elkington with that 7 or 8 foot putt to lead the championship and have completed his round. He will have completed his 4 rounds.
It's just interesting to note, Peter, too, that today is playing 4.5 shots, average 4.5 shots around lower than what it did yesterday.
Well, I'll just be interested to see how high his feet are going to be above, because when you start leaning over with the club, the heel is in the ground and the toe will be in the air. It is not an easy shot.
I think you need some new glasses, old buddy. I don't wish to be rude to you.
I'm not. He's several inches above that ball level. You can see that. That's not a flat lie. Look at it. Look. Fortunately, it's on a little bit of rising ground in front of him, so as he can settle in quite comfortably. Nice shot. Very good shot. Well, he's 3 under for this round, 5 under for the championship. He had a 2 at 16 and a 4 at 17. Let's hope he gets a par here.
Our American friends are televising from the green stand there at the back, the top right-hand cabin, and the great excitement going on in there with Gary Evans and all the other bits and pieces that have been happening here. And this to take the lead in the championship. Missed it. That putt would have put him in the clubhouse at 7 under. That could be a very expensive miss. to finish at 7 under. I know Ernie Els is out on the course at 7 under, but he's still got holes to play.
And here is the big man at the 15th.
179 to the pin, going in with a 7-iron. If you can land it 4 or 5 yards short and left, it should move down to the hole.
Go! Go!
He needs a kick forward.
Go!
Yes, that's fine. It's a good solid shot. He knew as soon as he hit it, it was just soaring on him a wee bitty, but it's fine.
Well, it's his championship to lose now, although Soren Hansen's still with him, playing alongside him at 5 under. He's 2 ahead of him. Murayama at the final hole. This to finish at 5 under. Well done. 68 with a couple of tiny putts missed. Well, that little touch of old world charm. Well played.
Maru and Steve Elkington, Peter, were teammates in the President's Cup team down in Melbourne a few years ago when they were fortunate enough to beat the Americans.
Yeah, they played very well. They teamed up fantastically well. And now the final scenes are sort of approaching. Here's Soren Hansen, 7-iron at the 15th. Oh, that was an error in judgment, unless he clattered into the ground.
Well, it was a 7-iron he used, Peter, and it's 177 yards. That's a lot to ask, landing on a soft apron.
What's your take on the situation, Wayne, at this moment, exactly as it stands now?
Well, as you say, it's Ernie's to win or lose from here. He's perfectly placed on 15. If he was 2 yards further right, it would have fed down to the hole. This guy's won 2 major championships before. I know he feels he should be winning more. And there's only 3 holes to go after this.
One of them a par 5, of course, which he can reach if he gets a good tee shot away. So a birdie on offer there. If he can par this and the 16th at worst, he'll be in good shape if he can take a 2-shot lead into the final 2 holes.
Well, of course, he has to simply stay out of sand. That really at Muirfield is the greatest secret. Once you're in sand, you're going sideways. You're not one of those. There's not a bunker here that you can stand on and fire a long shot.
The thing he has to watch out with this putt, though, guys, is that it is very fast at the hole. We've seen quite a few players knock this about 4 or 5 feet past. Even Gary Evans from about 8 feet finished up with a 4 to 5 footer coming back.
There's Liesl and his wife out here in the sunshine, just like South Africa.
Peter, she says her nerves are just about bearing up.
Lovely lady, Liesl. He won't half get a rollicking if he doesn't win, though, from this position. By God. 2 ahead. This is when experience, nerves, touch of good fortune, all sorts of things come into play, because you never know what this fella might do. So Soren Hansen could easily knock this in. Now he's putting. So he fancies he's got the line. Has he got the pace? Oh, just swinging away, but a very good effort. Just couldn't read that extra swing. Nasty one left.
It's been an exciting month for him, Peter. He got himself into a playoff at the Irish Open and put his second shot at the 18th, where they had the playoff, into the lake. Everybody counted them out. Ended up with a penalty shot, a chip and a putt, and he made it onto the extra holes where he won. Now, this very fast putt of Els won't be too ambitious at this stage, Ernie, and his putting averages are so good. This for a 3.
Turning right and speeds on. With a good effort. One of those left.
To the 18th, Garcia. Garcia, well, he's 2 under for the day. And I think, well, I wouldn't like to be sure there. Whether he's stopped. Mark James is out there. Mark, is he in trouble with that?
Well, he's just on the downslope, short of the bunker. And it's a long shot. He's going to have about 200 yards to the pin, to the front, and then a bit more, but he's got a shot.
Hansen for a par, 15th. First shot he's dropped today.
It's also not what Ernie needs to see. Short putt being missed just before he has his own opportunity to, or his own putt to come.
Just right of centre, Wayne, do you think, with a little bit of pace on it, not too much?
Oh, yeah, pretty straight, and it is back up the hill.
Steady as a rock.
When he won the United States Open back in '94, I remember we believed that from 5 feet he was probably the best putter in the world. He's got such a beautiful stroke, and it's with him again, I'm happy to say. That was a good 4. So his 1-shot lead, he takes on with him to the short 16th.
Thomas Bjorn at the 18th. Look out. A par for Thomas, 69. He's played some wonderful golf this week, opened up this round with a 6.
On to the 16th tee, Julian's there.
Down in South Africa at the beginning of this year, Ricky Roberts, Ernie's caddy, who caddied for him in his 2 US Open wins, told me that Ernie this year was really targeting the majors, was absolutely determined that he was going to challenge Tiger. Finally, he has his chance. He's got 184 to the pin here. What little wind there is helping. And he's got a 7-iron.
Well, he certainly worked very hard. We know that. He's much leaner than he has been for a couple of seasons.
A 3, a 5 and a 4 would do it comfortably. Ernie just appealing to some enthusiastic cameramen or television. Everyone's here. There's all sorts of people here doing something. And Ernie now steps up to the tee on this par 3, the last one here at Muirfield. Tugged a little bit again, misses the target.
Over on the left of the green there are 3 bunkers. I'm not sure that he's not beyond the bunkers. 3 on the left, I mean, 4 on the right.
Well, he seems to have a touch of the tugs today.
Almost inevitable that Hansen was going to drop a shot sooner or later. He's left himself so many 4, 5, 6, 7 foot putts to save par. He's got a 6-iron here.
shot. Two. There's one ahead. Els 7 under. Eltington, Thomas LeVay, Stuart Appleby in at 6 under. Murayama, Harrington and Evans at 5. Des Smith now finishing off at the 18th. This for a par. No. 73, 284, and a very good week, an exciting week for Des Smith, the oldest competitor in the field. There you see just the one birdie on the outward 9. Shotgun at the 12th, and the 15th, and the 18th. Bjorn in for 69. Home in 32, very good playing.
Yeah. I played crap today, but glad to help.
A wonderful grandstand there behind the 16th green. And Julian is going to tell us shortly just what happened to Ernie's ball from the tee.
Well, Ernie's been pretty lucky. The ball is lying on the short grass, although it's pretty close to deep rough just behind him. He's about 3 feet below the green, so it's going to still require a delicate shot to get close.
And there's our Julian Tutt just moving out of picture.
Like many big men, Els has a lovely touch around the greens, but you can see the slope up must be all of 5 feet. And then what do we do? He played one already today, a beautiful little bump and run earlier today, and it's a very similar shot.
Peter, do you agree that the links golf offers the variety of shots, whereas some of the golf he plays, where it's thick rough all the way to the edge of the green, you're playing flop shots all the time?
Yeah, it's far more variety. It depends on what you're used to and what you're brought up with, really. It looks as if Ernie's going to pitch it up all the way.
Ernie's father, Niels, was telling me yesterday that as a boy, his short game around the greens was fantastic. He never failed to get up and down. And it's been encouraging him to get back to try and get that feel. He's got such wonderful hands.
This may be a bump. He's got a very lofted club. Maybe a pitch into the top and hop up. Yes. Sharp, hit the pin. Oh, clumsy lad, clumsy.
He needed at least 2 bounces on the bank, not one. He could run right to the front of the green and keep going. He might even end up down on the fairway at the bottom of the hill, this one, Peter.
There he goes, if it's going.
And that was a bad shot.
Now that's where Gary Evans was, and you remember he stopped, played a wonderful chip, stopped about half an inch from the hole.
Well, now he is in a spot of bother, because he's now going to have to, I think, throw it over the shoulder. At least he's pitching into the slope, but it still needs great touch to get up and down from here.
Well, that's the position. Els one ahead. Now, should he get down in 2 more from here, that will be 1 drop stroke, and he'll be tied with Elkington and LeVay, which means that he needs to birdie the 17th and get a 4. He needs 2 4s to finish to win the championship if he gets down in 2 more from here.
He's much more committed on this shot, Peter. He's got to fly it up onto the top level this time.
Well, we saw Gary Evans put one within an inch from pretty well the same spot. This is not good when you're thinking he's hitting a 6 or 7 iron into the green. Quite a big half the size of a tennis court. If there is a playoff, it'll be 1, the 1st, the 16th, the 17th, and the 18th, and then whoever's got the lowest score is the champion. If they're still tied, they go back to the 18th and play over and over again until we have a champion. So relatively new innovation. Well, I suppose it's not so new now. Innovation introduced by the RNA, and in fact, Wayne Grady was the first person to participate in the playoff. That's correct, Wayne, isn't it?
Yeah, that's correct, Peter. The 4-hole playoff, and I think they've really got it right. I think 18 holes it's logistically too hard, and sudden death playoff for a major championship is just too sudden.
There's the engraver waiting to see who's the champion. Used to be a 36-hole playoff years ago on the Monday if there was a tie for the championship. And then it was an 18-hole playoff. But, of course, all the hotel reservations, everything just gets screwed up if you go to an extra day. Hansen suddenly looks a bit bonny now if he could pop this in. We're just informed that if there are 4 people in the playoff, they will play in twos. There were 3 when Wayne played: Mark Kalkovecki, who became the champion, Greg Norman, and Wayne himself. That was at Royal Troon.
Royal Troon, 89. Yes, that's right, Pete. All of a sudden, Hansen's got he knows if he makes this, he's right back in it.
No, it's going left. Just not enough speed to keep it going. He needs an eagle 3. He needs a 3-3 finish. We've had a few of those 3-3 finishes. Now, Ernie, you've put yourself into this situation. You've got to get yourself out of it. Well, we did say it was in his hands, didn't we?
It's hard to believe, Peter, that should Ernie miss this putt, he suddenly has 3 players ahead of him. He's putting now for a bogey, and it's a good 10 feet, and it's pretty fast down this green. He really must hold this and be tied and still have the par 5 to come.
No. Fancy taking 5. It's 7-iron in your hand on a beautiful evening.
Hold up.
He knows all about it. Now look at that. Elkington, LeVay and Appleby in the clubhouse, no doubt, nibbling at their fingernails. Els now needs to birdie the 17th to get into a tie with them, and then he'll need a 4 down the last for them all to go into a playoff. Not a very comforting situation. Garcia finishing off.
Now then, Garcia, a little putt here for a 69. He's playing with Scott McCarron. That's a 69 for Sergio Garcia to take him to 4 under. Scott McCarron finished in 71, and that 2 under for the championship.
Just to clarify things once more, the three players at 6 under lead the way. Then Muirfield and Harrington, they're obviously out of it now, but it all down to Ernie Els. And Ernie must finish 4-4. If he does, there'll be a 4-way playoff over the first, 16th, 17th and 18th holes, and then if there are anyone still tied, they'll play the 18th hole until we get a winner.
Soren Hansen pounds away a drive, looking anxiously, bunkers at the corner on this dogleg hole. I think he's fine.
4-3 for Hansen also could get him into a playoff.
It certainly could.
We saw Tiger Woods much earlier today, sticking with the 2-iron off the tee here. Ernie's got the driver out, although it's wind assisted here. But it has been a very good club for him so far. Even in the very strong wind yesterday, he was still unerringly straight.
Well, if he can get up one up the right-hand side of the fairway with just a little bit of draw on it, he could put it in the ideal position. If he hits a long one left, he'll find bunkers, and that'll be the end of that.
Over the bunkers, I think it's carried the lot.
In practice, his tee shots were going beyond the footpath there. The footpath's over 320 yards from the tee, and if he's done that, then he's got a mid-iron shot to the green.
Championship slipping through his fingers. And a lot of time to think on the long walk to the next tee. A double bogey 5 on the par 3 16th. Well, all is not yet lost. One off the lead now, Ernie Els, but definitely a potential birdie chance at 17. And this 131st Open Championship really producing remarkable drama. Three-way tie for the lead. Elkington, LeVay and Appleby, who will now sit in the clubhouse and ponder the possibility of a playoff over the 1st, the 16th, the 17th and the 18th. They'll play those 4 holes. If it's still tied, it will be sudden death up the 18th until there's a conclusion. What must be going on through the mind of Ernie Els?
Justin Rose at the 18th. 1 over today, 1 under for the championship. Good shot. Justin Leonard 3 under for the championship. 1 under today. £3.8 million on offer in prizes. 70th person gets £8,500, and there's provision for another 50 more. That's 70 ties, so if you get a huge number, the least money you can go away with is £2,000 if you qualify and play all 4 rounds. Winner gets 700,000, 400, 260, 200. 10th prize is £80,000.
Grandstand's full.
Soren Hansen going with what I think is a 2-iron. He's got 229 to the front, can just see the top of the flag, aiming 10 yards left of it. Or in fact, he started a lot further left than that. It's cutting back.
How about this then? That's a splendid shot.
Well, good chance for an eagle, Peter, and that would take him to 6 under.
Absolutely superb drive from Ernie Els, 304-yard drive. It's left in 225 to the front with the pin on 22, and he's over on the left-hand side of the fairway, gives him the perfect line into the pin, which you can see pretty clearly.
Any breeze, Julian?
Just a fraction helping and off the left, which helps the shot.
This has got to find the target, give him a chance for an eagle. The only danger is if it goes right. No. Oh, that's a cracking shot. Well, young Kenneth, what do you make of it all?
Well, that was a real gem, wasn't it? He's judged the distance absolutely perfectly.
That was a great shot, Cam, but we saw another poor iron shot for Ernie on the previous hole. Now, this is what they've all wanted. They've been going on about Tiger winning all these majors, but they all wanted their chance. And Ernie had a great opportunity there with a few holes to go to make it his own, but unfortunately has stumbled.
But he's not fallen yet.
No, he's not, but you don't... I mean, I would never have thought he would have taken 5 at the 17th with a 7-iron in his hand on a day like this. Justin Rose to finish, hopefully with a birdie. No. 72.
Poor day on the greens, just couldn't get anything in the hole. He had a few opportunities, they all seemed to just skirt the edge.
He just one birdie from the 7th hole, having dropped a stroke at the 1st and 2 at the 6th.
Justin Leonard to finish with a 4, a total of 281. 1997 champion.
Very steady all week. 71, 72, 68 on that terrible windy day yesterday, and 70 today.
Meanwhile, at the 17th, the Gladiators are arriving. The final pair.
What a difference a day makes.
It's a good plot, though, isn't it? So here's Ernie, 2 putts. He'll be level with the boys in the clubhouse, Elkington, LeVay and Appleby, with a 3 to win the championship. If he holds it, if Hansen holds, whew. Hansen first putt here at the 17th.
All the fellas have been able to see the line of this one. It moves a bit from right to left, but they've all just left it 4 or 5 inches short.
There's only been 1 eagle here today on 17, and that was from Thomas LeVay. That got him to 6 under. And there he is, sitting down, just eating something. I know his tummy will be churning like mad.
Here we go. This for an eagle at the 17th.
Seen a couple of players with this putt earlier, Peter, leave it just short.
Done it again. Have a nice birdie. Now, Els.
Hansen's certainty to be 5 under, so he's going to have to birdie the last. Very similar line to Gary Evans' putt earlier in the day.
Get a good view from here. You'll see the ball run all the way, and you can usually tell when it's a few feet short if it's got a good chance of going in. This to take the lead. No. Three to win. Ooh, well, a bit of work to do first.
Got one of those drop shots back. I suppose at the start of the week, if you'd have said to any of these guys, you got 3 on the last hole to win, would you take it? They would have all jumped at it.
Long walk back to the 18th tee. It's almost 180 yards. 178 yards, in fact.
Did you pace that?
I did. Went out and had a check on it. I'm up to all sorts of little dodges like that, you know.
Looking at the statistics for the 18th hole, there's only been 4 birdies today. It's the second most difficult hole on the golf course. Not the type of hole you expect to make a 3 out.
First priority, Ken, is to get it in the fairway. You're definitely not going to make 3 from off the fairway, and more than likely you'll make bogey, so priority on the tee shot.
Yeah, it's an interesting strategy, isn't it? The hole entices you to try and hit a little bit further to get a shorter iron in, but as soon as you do that, you bring the bunkers into play. If you lay too far back, it's a pretty small target with a long iron.
I'm sure there's a lot of youngsters watching this and thinking that one day perhaps they'll turn professional or be great amateurs. And I notice there's a North of England Open Amateur Youth Golf Championship, which is becoming very popular. David Hunter has written to me. He lives in Thirsk, and he was saying what a good event it's become. And he bumped into you, Ken, he was telling me, but he didn't have a brochure to give you more details.
I think it's the Carris Trophy next week, Peter. Certainly sometime in the next few weeks.
Moore Park?
Well, they alternate now. I think they go to Moore Park one year, then they go to another good course somewhere around the country. The Carris Trophy, one of the big boys tournaments, 72 holes of stroke play.
Yeah, I used to play. I played in it once, I remember, Moore Park, when tournaments were played at Moore Park with great regularity.
Well, what do you think, Peter? What's the name of the game here? A little prod with a 2-iron?
I suppose so, but we saw Porrig take his driver and cost him a shot.
Well, Hansen's got an iron. And do you remember earlier on in the programme, Peter, how Nick Faldo was talking about that long walk back to the 18th when he won here the last 2 times? How are these boys feeling?
Trouble. Oh, look at that. Didn't even reach the fairway. Not bad. That's a big carry.
Well, I'm sure Ernie's fondling the head cover, but out with the iron.
Well, Nick Faldo left himself a 3-iron in here when he needed a par 4 to win 10 years ago. Such is the power of these men now. It'll be a bit less than that, Ernie reckons, in the last 3 or 4 years. He used to hit a 3-iron 200. He now hits a 5-iron 200 yards.
I think that's because they just alter the numbers on the bottom of the clubs, you know. Looked a good swing. There's our man scampering out, taking the measure. Still a long shot though, boys, isn't it, into the green?
Absolutely, but he's given himself a chance of making a 3. Doesn't want to drop a stroke, otherwise he won't even be in the playoff.
And it may not be over yet. Here's the big fella. He's got to get down in 2 more strokes from here to win the championship. If he takes 3, there will be a 4-man playoff. They'll play in 2s. Noakes going through his trick shot routine. Noel Hunt. Now, Noel Hunt can do that. If you ever get a chance to see the Noel Hunt golf show, you see it. It's quite remarkable. But this man could also be in a playoff. He might hold his 2nd shot. All sorts of things can go on.
Be fairly miraculous. He's left himself 243 to the pin.
Well, he's got an iron out. I can't believe these fellas hit irons 240 yards. Well, obviously they don't.
Must have mishit his tee shot. He's so far back.
Didn't reach the fairway.
And he's got 217 to the pin. He'd probably get there with a 6-iron. He might have 5.
If I was his man, I'd force a 5-iron into his hand, I think.
Now we've seen Ernie miss so many shots to the left. You'd think, Ken, that he's got to try and just hit a little slider in here and hold, so he's holding it off and hit it a little bit left to right, trying to avoid any chance of flipping the hands over.
Needs a birdie.
As he may be aiming a little bit right and just letting it ease in towards the flag. Oh, unlucky it didn't get a hop. Just needed 1 bounce. Now we'll see if the double barrier has part of the championship ritual is the charge up the louse by the spectators, sometimes enveloping the players, but it looks at this moment as if everything is sort of quietened down, and they're letting them come up. You see maybe a rope across the fairway, and they're letting them ease up quietly. There they are, the V formation. Plenty of ball bees there. Nothing quite like that in the world of golf. Very special. The final walk-up on the last day of the Open Championship, but it may all happen again and again before we get this year's champion. Elkington, LeVay, Appleby and Els. Hansen first from the short of the green. He's 40 yards, 35, 40 yards away.
If Hansen should chip in here, he'd have a chance of getting into the playoff. And when he won the Irish Open, he won that after a four-man sudden death playoff, and it looked as though he was out of the first hole when he could only make 5 on a par 5. Went on to win it. Can that sort of luck keep with him?
Never got going.
Stopped right on the top of the little ridge, little cape that runs through the green. A few feet further, would have rolled down the hill.
There's always one point in a championship where you realise that your chances are over, and Soren Hansen's went right to the 72nd hole. So, good championship for him.
It's asking a lot to hold a putt of this length and a green that's got a lot of subtle little runs and burrows. Well, we've seen it done often enough.
Just eyeing that little crest to see how he thinks the ball's going to break. When it gets down the other side, it breaks a bit from right to left.
It's got a sort of wiggle in it. It looks as if for one moment it's going left, then it right, then it comes back again.
And with it being up the hill and then down the other side, difficult to judge pace and line.
This is it. This to be the outright champion 2002. Wasn't bad, but he didn't hit it. That putt was for a 69. There's Sly Fleecing, and he's got to hold that to make it a 4-way playoff.
Elkington, LeVay and Appleby.
There were these 2 Australians, a Frenchman and a South African. Yeah, sad. Well, it won't be sad if he holds this putt, but it will if he misses it for Hansen, because he plainly underclubbed into this final green by at least 2 clubs. I wonder if Ernie's allowing himself thoughts of the 16th hole. 7-iron to the green, missed left. Took 4 more to get down, and maybe have blown the Open. This for a 69. No. Funny line off that slope, as Ken was saying, so that'll be a 5. For Hansen, who drops back to 4 under, tied with Peter O'Malley and Thomas Bjorn. That is if this goes in. Good playing. 2 shots dropped in the last 4 holes.
Little testy one still left for Ernie Els. It's best part of 2 feet, not wasting any time.
Well, Ernie, my boy, there's more work to do. At least 4 more holes left to play.
Well, he has been in a playoff for a major championship before, back in 1994 US Open.
Indeed, Lauren Roberts and Colin Montgomery. I was there and it weren't half hot. Ah, golly.
That was in the US Open with 18-hole playoff. This is just 4 holes first. 16, 17 and 18 the playoff holes.
It's interesting now, Ken, I don't know whether you remember, but years ago, if you had a situation like this and it was a sudden death playoff, say 3 people, the first one to drop out got 3rd prize and so on, and then you had an eventual win. Now, whatever happens, I think I'm right in saying this, everyone will share. The winner will have his prize, and the rest will share second, 3rd, and 4th, or whatever it is. Is that correct? That is correct. It used to be, you know, if you and I, we 4 are playing, you could have a 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, and difference in prize money.
No wonder you and Neil Coles and Peter Butler split it between you.
He gets overtime soon, the old Graver. Now, 1, 16, 17 and 18. They add up the scores, and they're an interesting selection of holes. And it'll be 2 matches, two balls, and well, I suppose will they spin a coin, or will they do it on a rotation of which they've finished?
Odd arrangement, isn't it? So time for a quick cup of tea if you're at home and enjoy it, or a Coca-Cola, and settle down for another hour's play.
So we're looking at probably another hour of play in this 131st Open Championship at Muirfield. A playoff over 4 holes. They'll go down the first and then cut across the course to the 16th tee to play 16, 17 and 18. We do understand at the moment that they will play in two balls, but we're just seeking to double check that. And if 2 players or more are still tied after that 4-hole playoff, they'll go back down the 18th to play sudden death to decide the champion. And what a dramatic final day. What a fantastic championship this has been. 7,034 yards of links course here at Muirfield, and it's been drama over every inch of it. Crowd quite naturally keeping their seats in the 2 main grandstands on either side of the 18th fairway. Others wending their way across to the first tee. And with thoughts of Ryder Cup year and the match ahead in September, only 1 American in the top 13 in the championship this year. So it will be Steve Elkington, Thomas LeVay, Ernie Els and Stuart Appleby. 2 Australians, a Frenchman and a South African in this 4-way playoff. First hole will be the first 448 yard, one of the hardest holes on the course, certainly one of the hardest opening holes in championship golf. So many memories already to take away from this championship, and yet more drama, of course, still to unfold. A benign opening day, a quiet first round, really. Duffy Waldorf, David Toms and Carl Peterson were the leaders after the first round at 4 under. Some much more dramatic scoring on the second day when we had extremely good weather conditions. Ernie Els leading at 6 under, one of 5 players on that score at the halfway stage. And then the third round, and half the field saw their chances blown away by that squall that came in off the Firth of Forth and the North Sea, including Tiger Woods and Colin Montgomery. A day that ended with Ernie Els in the lead by 2 shots, 5 under par, going into the final round. And with half a dozen holes left to play this afternoon, Els still had a 2-shot lead, but that went on the 16th, double bogey 5 on the par 3, after he'd already dropped 1 shot at the 14th, and he needed that birdie at 17 to get back into a share of the lead. And what about the drama involving Gary Evans of Great Britain at the 17th? The lost ball, having to go back and play 4 from the fairway for his second shot, emerging with a truly heroic par 5. And the engraver will wait. Names of Walter Hagen, Henry Cotton, Gary Player, Jack Nicklaus, Lee Trevino, Tom Watson, and Nick Faldo twice already engraved on the old Claret Jug after victories here over the links of Muirfield. 6 of the last 7 Open winners have been American players, but there will not be an American victory here.
Okay.
So numbered discs.
1 and 2, I suggest, play the first match with 1 heading off. 3 and 4 play the second with 3 with the honour. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Players 1 and 2 to play the first match was what we heard.
Going to be a touch of the Tommy Coopers.
Steve Elkington still practicing the putting, so it's going to be some time yet before the players are ready to start this playoff. There are the 4 numbered discs, and we heard the officials say that 1 and 2 would play the first match. Turned over now so that the numbers are not visible. It's like the old 3-card trick. Where's the Queen? 110 years since the Open Championship was first played over the links at Muirfield. This is the 15th occasion when the trophy has been decided here. And Muirfield, with its little place in Open Championship history, it was the first time that the championship was extended to 72 holes back in 1892 that it graced these famous links. Elkington, LeVay and Appleby have had longer to prepare themselves mentally for this playoff. And we hear that it will be possibly as much as another 5 minutes before the playoff is ready to begin. Steve Elkington there. And the RNA officials have explained that each of the players will select one of those 4 numbered discs to determine their place in the playoff. And the players are on their way to the tee. David Pepper, the chairman of the RNA Championship Committee, on that tee. And first, the players will draw one of these 4 numbered discs to determine their starting order.
I'll let you deal with it. Okay.
Well, I suppose they could have played a 1 4-ball match, but the decision has been made to play 2 2-balls.
Both you guys stick around.
It will certainly be tidier playing 2 2-ball matches. What drama unfolds here? Now, which of these players will have the most focused thoughts? Steve Elkington, winner of the 1995 US PGA Championship, beat Colin Montgomery at the first extra hole. 39-year-old Australian. Ernie Els, twice the winner of the US Open, 1994, 1997. And 3 times Ernie Els, 3 times previously, Ernie Els has been within touching distance of winning the Claret Jug.
There's a lad there in the fine hats from High Post, caddy master. Here, I was speaking to him earlier in the week. Quite a character. High Post, just near Salisbury, near Boscombe Down, Old Airfield.
Players who draw 1 and 2 will play in the first group. The players who draw 3 and 4 will play in the second group. And that will also determine the order on the tee. Michael Brown here will be the referee for the second group, and I will be the referee for the first group. David Rickman will be here. You do not have the right to ask for a second opinion, but I assure you, if I'm in any doubt, I will ask him. And in the case of Michael Brown, he has Grant Moyer there at the back in case any said. Okay, gentlemen, are you ready? Do you understand what we're playing? 4 holes, medal play, thereafter sun deck.
Who's got first group?
We'll go alphabetical. A, who's next?
Yeah, you're on. I'm ELK.
ELK. 2.
Quite tricky.
And he's got 4.
Are you all clear?
Yep.
Right.
You're first, right? I'm second. You got it. I'm 2. 2. I'm second off in the first group. What are you, 3? I got 1. What I understood, I'm going to
Yes, correct.
Did you teach?
Yes. Thomas Levey and Steve Elkington will be the first pair. So Appleby and Els the second pair.
Thought it was interesting, Peter, that Ernie Els was the last to come to the first tee.
Yeah. I find it more interesting in a way that Steve Elkington doesn't have any head covers on his. I don't think Jasper Parnevik does either. Poor old golf pros are trying to flog the members. You've got those new clubs, you must have a decent set of head covers. They're the best players in the world, they just don't give a stuff.
Another interesting thing, I noticed that the gentleman in charge of the caddy bibs didn't allow the caddies to go on with the names of the players. He took them all off. It was time to collect them, whatever happens here.
driver for LeVay. He obviously has great confidence with that club, because he took driver down the 18th fairway and hit it right in the middle of the fairway, and that's a sensational opening tee shot.
Now Elkington.
Going your way, guys. Short up.
That's quite a bit shorter, but all right. So the first 2-ball of this 4-man playoff gets underway. 4 holes they will play. Add it up and see if anyone's the winner. LeVay has had 2 4s, a 3 and a 5 on this opening hole. Elkington 3 4s and a 5. So you might say LeVay, 30 love for LeVay, 15 love, I guess.
Have a look at this first hole. It's a par 4, slight dogleg from left to right. From the tee, you don't get a very good view of the fairway due to the long rough you're driving over the top of. The bunker up the left-hand side that Ernie Els went in earlier today. He went up against the lip. Very narrow fairway, 22 yards wide, and it just doglegs at driving distance. And the green that runs away from you. And ideally you need to bring it a little bit from the left half and use those contours to gather the pin at the back right. First, you'd always be satisfied here with a par 4.
Tiptoeing down the first, and you get the feeling that anyone who scores 4, 3, 4, 4 would have a very good chance of either winning the championship outright or going into extra time, which would be sudden death.
Only one Frenchman's ever won the Open. That was Arnaud Massey way back.
Ernie's still feeding. Stand back on the left, please. Elkington, 4-5-4-4. His 4 visits to this opening hole. LeVay, 4-3-5-4. There's the target.
Pins on 20.
Beautiful.
Earlier we had 209.
Playing into off the left a little. What'd you say the front was?
188, 20.
See, that would annoy me if I was playing. That caddy on the right, that's LeVay's caddy. Get out of the way. You do your job when it's your turn to play.
That's where we'll get you there.
Get out of it.
Steve Elkington's got 208 left into the pin. Thomas LeVay, huge advantage. He's got, I think, a quick calculation, he's only got 147 left.
Down into that deep bunker, and although he's pin high and sort of playing into the lean of the green, it's not the sort of shot you want to start. He will be totally discouraged when he finds that LeVay has only got a short iron to play to the green.
Thomas LeVay, leader in greens and regulation this week, so he's obviously got his long game going.
You see the ball lying here, and we thought it was splitting the fairway, but the fact at the corner of the dog leg, he's actually run out of fairway, and that might just cause it to run a wee bit when it lands. Struck it beautifully.
Down to
And in fact, it didn't. It landed on the soft piece, the apron, just in front of the putting green, and stuck there.
Thomas Levet, the first Frenchman to win a tournament in France for a quarter of a century when he won the Cannes Open in 1998. 33-year-old Parisian, son of a doctor. Still waiting on the first tee. Ernie Els playing with Stuart Appleby. And I wonder if Els can totally clear his mind of what happened to him at 14 and 16. A bogey 5 at 14, a double bogey 5 at the par 3 16th to surrender his lead at the top. Needed the birdie at 17 to get back into this four-way tie and this four-man playoff.
Sounds good to me. Rattling good stuff. LeVay at the first for a 3, settle for a 4 now. Oh, what a gem of a putt. Now he can go ahead and putt if he wants to, or he will mark. It's maybe a little bit far away, but he'll probably mark it.
The other players back on the tee, Peter, will be listening intently to the gallery sounds just to find out and try and work out what these two guys are doing up in front. Elkington in the bunker, ready to play. Only 4 bunkers for the week, but only once up and down.
It's very good to only be in 4 bunkers. It's not too good. His record wasn't too good, and that's left him work to do.
Key with playoffs, really. When you look back, and I had a 100% record, I lost every one I was in. Was not to lose it, to give it away. Make sure the other person wins it. I don't make too many silly errors.
What do you think Ernie said to him? He said they were naughty words. This is Apple. I think this fella's got a super swing. The only mistakes I think he makes is that he just flashes through the ball a bit too fast, hits it at the ball a bit hard on occasion.
He's extremely strong, Pete, and long. He works out a lot.
This spot now, downhill it is, just a little break from the right for a par. And he didn't read it very well. That's a shot dropped instantly. 1 over par. Now, if this were a sudden death event, he would be counting himself out of it. Fortunately, with 3 more holes to go, he can retrieve and maybe even do better.
Appleby now looking for the fairway. Did he give that a bit of a scuff? Could be going left, I guess, or maybe not. Yes. No, gone right. But okay.
Levay for par on the first. Safely in. Well.
If you're just tuning in, we've got a four-way playoff for the Open Championship, the biggest trophy in the world of golf. Elkison, Levay, Ernie Els and Stuart Appleby.
And Ernie's out with the driver. This is an entirely different policy, looks like it. Boom it down the right and get within an 8-iron of the green if he catches a good one. Yeah.
Well, there was a lot of bottle in that shot because the fairway down there is only about 22 yards wide and it's 135 yards from that yellow spot to the front of the green. Pin today 20 on, so Ernie will only have a 9-iron for his second shot.
Well, the first match has that walk over a couple of hundred yards probably to the 16th tee. Top right there at 11 o'clock.
And Peter, this low sunshine now, the first hole is absolutely into it. It's facing virtually due west. The 16th, the sun behind, is a very important factor because the players having difficulty judging the shots at the first. Now you can see the shadows just a little bit from the right, but playing almost due west.
Yes, only on this opening hole, though. It's not going to cause them any bother once they get this hole done with. So much, that's the gyro camera on the left. See, it's how they manage to walk along, and the camera stays absolutely steady as a rock. Gun sights in tanks have the same arrangement.
They need a beer glass with something like that on it.
See that? It's amazing, isn't it? A little simple gadget. I was told who invented it some time ago. It's a brilliant gadget.
The 16th is a par 3, 186 yards. Well, this is the second of the 4 holes. They will complete all 4 and then do the adding up at the end. Now this is where it all went wrong for Ernie Els just less than an hour ago. You'll see that's where his ball, his pitch shot from the left, caught the slope and ran all the way down off the green, and he had a double bogey 5.
Just arriving at the 16th tee, a walk of about, I suppose, 250 yards to get to this tee. Both these players have made 4 threes through regulation play on the 16th hole this week.
Not too bad a lie in the right rough for Appleby. 204 yards to the front, 224 to the pin. Could be a 4-iron. Looks like a 4-iron from where I'm standing. Absolutely no breeze at all out here. He needs to aim this really at the front left. Bunkers down the right-hand side intervene between his ball and the pin.
Really good time for a return to form for Appleby. Had quite an indifferent year in America. His coach Steve Bann has been over for a few weeks, and all of a sudden he's had a couple of good finishes in the States. Tied for 5th at the Western Open 2 weeks ago, which qualified for him for this championship. Now finds himself in a playoff.
Keep your line.
That was pretty dusty coming out of the rough. Got the forward bounce that Thomas Levay was expecting.
Thomas Levay proved himself terrific in these situations. He's nerveless. He's got 184 to the pin on the 16th, going with a 6-iron. As Beverly says, just no wind at all now. It's still as anything.
I think that's going to leave him a long putt, but it's a putt nevertheless, an uphill putt too. It'll cling on to that slope.
Just 156 left to the pin after a drive of 295 yards for Ernie. 9-iron.
Fine shot. Stuart Appleby has the best record of the holes played. These holes in previous rounds, he's -3. Els and Elkington -2. LeVay level.
I wonder if they're going to keep the other players informed as to how each group is doing, Peter, because it's a very unusual situation in a playoff not to know directly what the other guys are up to.
Yeah, it is.
Elkington's got a 5-iron to the 16th.
And that was a beautiful connection. And a lovely shot again, wisely on this occasion, playing a little bit right away from the bunkers. Had a sad experiences, the ball still rolling. This is what can happen at the front of this 13th green. It's sort of dawdling down the slope, but it's now come to a standstill.
Elkington already 1 over. Can hear the old wood pigeon.
Drive your potty at 4:30 in the morning.
Bill Laurie must be near with his...
With his what?
With his horde of pigeons.
Oh, is it?
This is the time of evening that the photographers, those wonderful photographers, go out and get photographs of golf courses when you could see all the shadows, the light, the shade, and the golden hour, the photographers call it. Someone across there doing bird impersonations, but not doing too well.
I bet Brian Morgan, the famous photographer, is out there somewhere, snapping away. I think those boys have been on the local jungle juice.
Ernie Els will be first to putt here on the opening playoff hole. Should break a little right to left, Ken. Back up the hill.
Yes. One of those ones that's just a little bit slower than you think. Putting from the back of the green, generally up the hill.
Who's going to draw first blood with a birdie? A safe 4 for Ernie on the first hole.
I have to say, they're a marvellous selection of holes for the playoff. Quality par 3, a lovely par 5, just about reachable in 2, and 2 extremely tough par 4s.
Wall of death putt here for LeVay. He's got to go around the depression at the front of the green.
First blood. Hey, first blood to LeVay.
What about that for a putt, eh? My golly. You can almost hear the music in the background, can't you? What about that? Putty hole at the 17th for an eagle. On the 71st hole was about that length. Whew.
The heart will be going pitter patter now.
There'll be no mistaking over on the first green, Peter. Sorry, the other players will know exactly what that roar was for.
Elkington has had 4 threes. LeVay's had 4 threes. That's the first 2 he's had during his week here at the championship. And he's going to be 2 ahead of Elkington, whatever happens.
Stuart Appleby. Oh, how close was that? Even closer than the part of Ernie Els a few moments ago. So Elkington sort of lost a bit of ground on this particular hole to the rest of the field, and he's certainly lost a bit to the man he's playing with at the 16th, the second of the 4 playoff holes. Now just to tap it in, and that's a 3.
Using that very wide open left foot back stance, and that was a putt of about 3.5 feet.
So LeVay at the moment leads by 1. You ever stop to think all this stuff has got to be removed over the next few weeks? All the tents, all the stands. Huge operation, putting it up and taking it down. When you get days like yesterday, it's horrendous. But a great effort today. And quick word, thank you for all your letters and communications. I've just had a whole load come in from Loch Lomond, so but we'll answer them in time, and when we get home in a bit of peace. And that's LeVay rejoicing at holding that huge putt. Ooh, la la. Mon petit chou.
I think old Joss has done a good job on him, hasn't he?
Yeah, yes, he doesn't work with him. Oh, does he? I thought he was a Hansen man.
No, he told me it was his second man. He's got 2 in the final.
He is a Hansen man as well. He had Hansen and Els in the final group.
And this one.
And this one.
Wonder if they pay him anything.
Full hole playoff. LeVay 1 under after the first 2.
Gorgeous drive from LeVay down the middle, ending up on the right-hand side of the fairway.
It's a big one too, Julian.
What a pity Jean van der Velde has gone home. He's been working with us on all 4 days of the championship. Now Elkington trails. Bunkers up the left-hand side. There they are. He goes zooming along, and that is a mighty powerful tee shot there. And so, well, look, LeVay's past him, so he's not a big man, but he's hitting it a long way today.
They'll only have about 233 yards to the front of the green from there on 17, and the flag 22 on, so about 255 to 260 to the hole.
In the stillness of the 16th tee, it's a 7-iron for Appleby. Really quite a long walk as well from that first green back to the 16th tee. Just taking a time to compose himself.
If that's a 7-iron, he's going to have to jump all over it, Bev.
Appleby's had 4 threes in the championship so far at this hole.
That's on its way down, I'm afraid. It may stay, or it may drop into one of the bunkers. There are a lot of bunkers around there. Just to remind you, if you've just come in, this is a 4-man playoff over 4 holes. You do 4 medal holes and see how you finish at the 18th after you play 1, 16, 17 and 18 and match your totals.
Ernie Els. Well, it's only about an hour ago that Ernie came to this hole in control of the championship. He's played this hole this week in 3-3-2 and a disappointing double bogey 5.
Stay there. Lots of wandered back from there. Just about stopped.
What would he have given for that in regulation play?
Even with his second shot.
Yeah, exactly. Even after his first chip, Alex.
The 17th, par 5. Quite a big dog leg from right to left. Thick rough all the way down the right-hand side off the tee, and the idea is to skirt those bunkers down the left. The tighter you can keep it to that, the shorter your second shot. The 2 tee shots that Levay and Elkington have hit up by that red line. Second over the cross bunkers won't be a problem for them. 2 deep pot bunkers guard the front of the green left and right, and the pin tucked right today in an awkward spot.
Steve Elkington's going to play first, although we've measured them both at just about exactly the same yardage. 254 to the pin, 232 to the front. Elk might be half a yard further away. Got a 3-wood out.
Ooh, that looked pretty delicious. Started on the right line. Just got snagged on the bank, trying to feather it with a high fade with a 3-wood around that big hump.
So I think he knew he had plenty of club there, didn't he, Ken? He's just trying to take a little bit off it, just a little bit too much.
Thomas Levay reckons he can get there with an iron. I think it must be a 2-iron.
Levay has gone birdie, birdie, par, eagle on this hole.
Mustn't go right. And he has. It may skip around. No. Could be stuck in the bank or the bunker. In the bunker at the other side of that bank.
Good lie for Appleby left of this 16th. In practice round this would be easy. Just flip it up with the lob wedge and just let it ease its way down to the pin. It's about 10 to 15 feet of green to work with, so pretty simple shot, but the circumstances change that slightly.
On a nice little upslope.
Well, it was a similar position to Ernie Els when he contrived to take 5 on this hole. A little bit further along, but Stuart Appleby struggling here.
Deep in the bunker at the 17th, and just look at that wall now. The pin might just come into view. Just there it is to the right. It's a straightforward. It's got to go as high as it possibly can for 2 reasons. One, to get up over that revetted face, and the other to get down in time when it gets to the green.
The only thing he's got there in favour, Alex, is he's on an upslope, sorry, as we go back to 16 and Ernie Els.
Another par for Ernie. One long putt, one good break, one silly error.
I still think 4-3-4-4 will be a very good score to post. This is the third shot for Stuart Appleby. Up ahead, I don't think if LeVay tries to be too smart, I don't think he can get out of the bunker if he aims straight at the flag. So he may aim out left and play for a 5. All sorts of permutations. This for a par 3.
Well, that'll at best be a bogey for Stuart Appleby.
Thomas Levy's already been in and addressed the ball and come out again. His problem is getting it up quick enough and then going far enough to get over the rough. I think he's coming further left now. Not going for the pin.
I think he's got it on the green by the chin. I have a funny feeling the way the ball reacted, it hit the lip on the way up.
No, it came out cleanly, Ken. It's right over on the left-hand side of the green, just on the green.
Oh, there it is. Oh, now he's played 3.
A spot for a 4 for Appleby at the 16th, second of the 4 playoff holes. Well done. And the marker there of Ernie Els, just a foot or so away from the cup.
Elkington's having to chip and run here to get over the corner. Oh no!
He duffed it. He hit the ground before the ball, there's no question about that. It may just have been a little head up. He had to hit it as clean as possible. And as we say, Peter, he sclaffed it.
Well, yeah. I don't like watching players make mistakes like that, particularly at crucial moments like this. It wasn't a good shot. Early taps in.
Just seemed to have a little peak, just watch his head. He takes the club back, he's just got to get it over the edge of that rough, and somehow a little bit of jab with the right hand. Just almost looking up, catching the ground behind the ball, and doesn't quite make the carry.
LeVay 1 under with 2 putts for a par at the par 5 17th. Here he is on the right.
He holed a huge putt across here in real play for the Eagle 3 that got him to this position. It was just a wee bit further round to his right. But he knows the green, he knows how it runs in the last few yards. And he's left himself a real tester for a par. After a wonderful drive, just went into the green on the wrong side with his second shot.
Well, if ever a hole was made for Ernie to birdie, this really has to be it, despite not getting his birdie in the normal play. But the fairway must look narrow to them. Bunkers down the left, thick rough right.
Looking a little anxious, Wayne. It's going a little down the left.
Well, in regulation play, Ken, he just murdered one down here, well over 300 yards. Left himself a long iron in, but that one hasn't found the fairway.
Stuart Appleby. And this is not a driver. Danger of the driver and played safely to the right is, of course, that you run out of ground and catch the thick rough Ken was referring to. And you see away in the distance the marquee. If you see the gap between the two marquees, that would be the line. I think he likes that one.
Right down the middle, Alex. Perfect.
Perfect shot.
This new putting routine that Elkington's going through. Right foot in. This is for birdie to get him back to even par. He's done it. Well, struggled over the first couple of holes, but that birdie 4 gets him right back into the thick of things.
What time does it get dark?
About 10 o'clock.
Well, it's 4 o'clock in the morning back in Australia. I've ruined everyone's night's sleep to start with, so couple more minutes or another half hour's not going to worry them, and I'm sure if we have an Australian victory, they won't mind at all.
It's only 8 o'clock in France.
An interesting little bit of green here. There's just a bit of break on it. It looks pretty flat. Many times. I remember Tony Jacklin missing a little short one on this green in 72. Tough one.
Touche.
Well, this is good stuff, isn't it? I tell you what, I bet they're watching, as you say, down in Australia. I bet they're watching all through the UK and on ABC and American television. They'll be going into extra time. That always causes huge problems there when you go past 6 o'clock New York time, 7 o'clock New York time. They're really jiggered. Ernie's going to have to hack out and settle for a 5 at worst.
Not a great line for Ernie on the left-hand side of the 17th. And really the problem could be whether he can even get it over the cross bunkers. But he's a big, strong guy, but I do believe the green is out of range for him.
Yeah, pins in a hole. Yeah, no,
I'll have a little bet on that.
All right, same spot as before. Yeah. The nice one.
Probably Appleby just first to play.
Whatever's there. Yeah.
You're right, Ken. His drive is some 40 yards behind Ernie Els. I think you were saying he probably went with the 3-wood anyway for position. But he has 270 to the front, so again, it's got to be a very good strike for him to get home in 2 here.
Just left of the commentary boxes, you see the high-faced bunker. And just maybe get the chance to show you where the flag is as he moves forward. It's just there, tucked in behind that nasty bunker. He's aiming straight at it. Struck it well.
Very good. Just short, but good line in.
+1 at the moment in 4th position out of 4 players. Well, it looks like Ernie's having a go with these cross bunkers. This would be a high-risk shot.
No, he's gone back, I think, Ken. I think he takes on those cross bunkers and doesn't get it over there. He knows that any chance of winning is gone, but Well, it still looks like he's got quite a long club. Bev, do you know what it is?
6 or a 7.
No,
probably.
I don't know what it is, Williams. It looks like a 7-iron to me from where I'm standing.
Got it over and onto the fairway.
Let's have a look at this 18th hole. 449 yards, 210 yards to carry it to the fairway. Club of choice this week for the players has been a 2-iron. Lay up short of those bunkers on the left, or anyone taking a 3-wood or driver just needs to move it a little bit left to right. We haven't seen too many drivers, although Thomas LeVay did take driver in regulation play. Second shot to a green that's many slopes and undulations. Pinned today, 25 on and 5 from the right. Difficult to get it close. Appleby made 3 here earlier.
Elkington with the honour after his birdie at 17 now on level par. He's playing safe with the iron.
All the sweetest swings there be come simply so, it seems to me. It's so easy.
Well,
what went wrong with us then?
Stop, please. Thank you.
What do you think, Pete?
I think he's going to hit the fairway.
Got the driver out. This is not the percentage play when you're in the lead.
Sweaty hands. That's not a good sign.
He used driver in normal play and hit an absolute ripper way past the bunker. The bunker on the left's the problem. He threaded it straight through the narrow gap.
If he gets a 4 here, he could be a champion. Uh-oh. A little unfortunate in the hitting area, leaking away right and into the thick clag.
Just gone into the thicker rough by a yard or so. Doesn't look as though it's lying too badly though, Peter.
Only taking his time surveying this third shot, 17 out with the sand iron, just about 65 yards to the flag, and he generally gets quite a bit of grip on the ball, so I think he'll throw this virtually the whole way. Great angle to come in from, very sensible play from that second shot.
Absolutely brilliant at this shot, Els.
Tried to do it all with the follow-through. I don't know whether you noticed there. He sort of hit it and then collapsed, or didn't really zip it. Oh, the pain of it. The pain of it. The pain of it was right. He had the old rabbit in the bag and he was about to pull the straps tight and the little demon jumped out. He's making hard work of it. I can see extra time coming up, sudden death extra time coming up.
Elkington drives away a second shot. Long iron, nice connection with the ball. And it goes to the back of the green, and it looks a straightforward little chip from there. I can assure you it's like lightning.
Very similar to the shot that Faldo hit here 10 years ago over the back of the green when he made 4 to win.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad a lie for Thomas LeVay. He's got quite a straight-bladed club, but it's a pretty thick area to have a reasonable lie in.
Julian's ever the optimist, though. I mean, with his great power, ox-like shoulders, it would be a mere bagatelle. But for a man of average size, this is going to be a monster shot to get it down there, I reckon.
Full toss in the bunker.
Horrid with a capital H, that one, isn't it?
If that's up under the face. Appleby, third shot at the par 5. Using a putter. Appleby runs them up, but usually very good from long range. Occasionally speeds one by. Oh, that was a good line too.
Wayne, if this should go into sudden death, will they join up and make a 4-ball, or will they hold the 2 at the first green, or however many are left?
I have no idea. We're in uncharted territory here, Alex. I was a little surprised that they didn't play in a 4 to start with, but I know the last couple of playoffs have been in 3s. So.
Yeah, I think you're going to get a player drop out before, if there is extra time. Sudden death extra time.
Elkington would have had a nice little glance at Thomas LeVay's ball as he walked past that bunker, just to judge as to what chance he's got of getting it up and down.
Ernie to get to 1 under to tie currently LeVay. Line is pretty good as he hit it. Not really, no. Everyone's lacked pace from putting at the front of this green.
That's wonderful judgment for such long range. Escaped with a par 5. Never had a chance once his tee shot ended up where it did. I reckon LeVay will do very well if he gets to the green from here. No, he did. But that's 3. Elkington through the green in 2.
Right down there from our high camera, Appleby. 2 wonderful shots to the front edge of the green, and now with a chance of a birdie.
So getting back to level, Alex.
LeVay, who is 1 under, looks like he's going to go and be no better than level par for the 4. But this is about 10 feet in length. They're courageous fellas. I know they have to be in this situation, but that's a very good birdie, and that makes him level. So it's LeVay is in the lead at the moment, but he'd have to hold a huge long putt at 18.
Elkington may chip in. He's up against the little ridge at the back of the green, but first Thomas for a 4.
Oh my goodness, he did miss a wallop.
See a huge swing here, Ken. He misses that. He might just put himself right out of it.
Odd decision off the 18th tee, I thought. Driver was a very attacking play.
Just must have something to do with being a Frenchman, I think, Ken.
What are you trying to say, Wayne?
Well, I mean, they just take the driver out and let it go. I mean, there's...
Elkington, third shot. Little dabber. No. Thinking back to Canusti and Jean, I mean, he took his driver out of the bag and we all shuddered, and he got away with it. He missed the Barry Burn, and it was after that trouble brewed.
I spoke to him about it this morning, Peter, and the problem that he had there, well, the worst thing that happened to him is he had a good lie for his second shot. If he had an ordinary lie, he would have just pitched it out. But it was sitting up there like on a tee, and he went for it.
Well, this is a very interesting situation here at the moment. The man who was leading may take a drop 2 shots here at the par 4 18th. Here he is. Full house tonight.
Has to hold this, you feel, otherwise he's almost certainly out of it. Dropped from 1 under to 1 over. This is the final hole of the 4-hole playoff. Leve 1 under, but he could do no better than a bogey.
If there's no outright winner after these 4 regulation playoff holes, then it goes into sudden death.
Playing the 18th over and over again until we get a winner.
Two little slopes affecting his putt, the one on the left off the shoulder of the bunker, and then the one from the back of the green. Never easy to just see the exact break.
Well, that was a real pressure putt, and with great courtesy he asks for silence for Elkington. But they're all at level par right now, and the best Elkington can do is stay on that score. Been an amazing day of emotions. Gary Evans started it all, and we've had highs and we've had lows. Padraig Harrington took 5 here, went out of the chances of a playoff.
Leve's in now at level. This to stay level.
If this misses, he's gone. He's gone.
Well, we've lost at least one player. Steve Elkington from Australia, 95 US PGA champion. He's out of the playoff.
Just unfortunate where his ball came to rest behind the green, just against the little collar there, made the pitch so much more difficult.
So now Thomas has to wait. A birdie for either of the two coming up behind would secure the trophy. Here are the tee shots. It really fizzes through the ball well. Splits the fairway.
That was a metal 3. He didn't take a chance with the driver. He's controlled the 3 as he did at 17 into perfect position. Now Ernie.
Iron.
Just keep it right of the bunkers, Ernie. One of these two makes a 3, or if both of them make a 3, then these would be the two that would go on into the extra time. He was holding his balance beautifully there, and that is a superb shot. Not quite as long as Appleby's 3 would, but perfect nonetheless.
During play today, the whole of play, we've only seen 4 birdies at this 18th, so birdie a pretty rare thing at the final hole.
Stuart App will be there taking time for a little light refreshment. And what a marvellous evening, and what a great championship. Holiday Guide will return to BBC One next month.
Got quite a wait then, haven't you?
Not going to Woburn, are we? Playoff situation is Elkington out. LeVay hold a very good putt on the last to be in at par. The 2 players coming down the final hole, it's all up to them. If one of them gets a 3 and the other one doesn't, that person is the winner. If they both take 4, it'll be a 3-man sudden death playoff. There's a few permutations. They both drop a shot, and the trophy will go to France.
Looks like a 4-iron for Ernie. 187 to the front, 212 to the pin. He can fly most of the way onto the green with his club.
It's online. Nicely, nicely.
Well, Peter, these people have had a day of entertainment, haven't they?
Absolutely, starting off with Tiger Woods this morning, who played quite beautifully for a 65. Some good golf. There's some good golf all day.
Out driving his opponent or partner this time. 197 to the pin. Looks like a 5 or 6 iron. Keeps practicing this little takeaway every time, going through his pre-shot routine just to keep focused.
Psychologically, does he attack the pin and try and make a 3, or does he play for the centre of the green? Not a puff of wind out there, and crowd hushed.
Yeah, you hold my hand. You come with me to secret place. I teach you things you never realize.
A little less, Joey, I think. It feels like a little less.
Well, if this fella should win, it would be well received, and it could, I'd say, change his life. But this is a huge trophy to win. Here we go.
Almost wherever it finishes in that bunker, Peter, you're in an awkward spot.
He's in an awkward spot. He shoved it out. And there, well, it might have been worse. Which direction is he going in? Over to the right. A little bit awkward. Well, Ernie Els virtually threw the championship away when he took 5 at the par 3 16th, when he was fully in control of affairs. And it looks as if he's got a second bite of the cherry here. There is Thomas LeVay, the Burgundy.
Very good, Steve.
Is that what we call entente cordiale?
Well, he's thinking of one thing here, Peter, trying to pop it in the hole. It's a tough shot over that little bank and the green runs away from you, but...
His legs are in his own way, aren't they? He can't sort of get settled, can't get comfortable.
That's what you practice all the hours and hours. This one would probably win him the title.
If he popped it in?
Yeah.
Yeah, well... Golf is such a, in many ways, a gentle game, and yet it can be so bitterly cruel. Steve Elkington and his caddy there, they had their chance, started to slip away on the very first hole, so he'll be thinking what might have been. All his supporters in Australia and where he lives now in Houston in America will be knowing how he feels. And Appleby now with his fourth shot. This has to go in. That was a good effort, but not good enough.
That means that both the Australians are eliminated. Appleby can do no better than 1 over, and Levy is already in with par. Now, there's only one man that can finish it in this 4-hole playoff, and that is Ernie Els. If he holds this, he wins the championship. If he takes 2 putts, then he and Thomas Levy go into sudden death playoff. But the Australians have completed and are out. This man is still very much in it.
Stuart Appleby moving his marker at least a couple of putter head lengths out of the line of Ernie Els.
Well, he could really pick his ball up and move away. Ernie, this is your second bite of the cherry, and if you miss, you'll have a third one. But surely it must be your championship. But no. Big swing.
Still a bit of work to do as well.
Yes, it's a tweaker. He has a good humor. This has got to go in for he, Ernie Els, and Thomas Levy to go back and play the 18th over and over and over again until they have a winner. Ernie parred every hole, and as we thought, 4-3-4-4 would have produced a champion. This is for a 5, and it makes no difference now, because we'll have one winner when we eventually get one, and the other 3 players will share second, third and fourth prizes.
Thomas LeVay. Sudden death will now be played immediately over the 18th hole until a winner emerges. We would ask everyone, please, to stay behind the ropes. Play will start as soon as possible, and the players will be taken by buggy down to the 18th tee. Thank you very much.
Well, yesterday we may not have got our money's worth, but by golly, we certainly are today. Into the golf carts and off they go. Off they go. Back to the tee, and now one mistake and it's all over. And whatever happens, we'll have 3 runners up, which we didn't used to have years ago. We would have had the other 2 you've just seen dismissed would have been 3rd and 4th, and one of these would be the winner and the other one would be the runner-up.
Got to keep concentrating though. You only get very few chances to win a major title. I know he's relaxed, but such a lot at stake.
I don't think the course has ever seen so many motorized machines trundling about on their fairways. I really did enjoy it yesterday when I got a message from actually Peter Dawson, the secretary of the Royal and Ancient. I had made a remark that the members would be delighted to get the rough cut down once all this lot cleared away and all these professional chappies had moved on. A sharp note saying that the members had it cut down to accommodate the professional players, which tickled my sense of humour.
Yeah.
Actually, just whilst they go back, I think all our colleagues here would like to send condolences to Bruce and Winnie Forsyth and the terrible happenings in their house on the Wentworth estate the other evening, and well, we know damage was done to the au pair, the housekeeper, very badly beaten up, but hopefully all is well, and the villains will be caught and dealt with. Might even get 86 hours community service. We're thinking of you, Bruce and Winnie, and JJ, and Nanny.
The guillotine would be my choice, Peter.
Well, yeah, good flogging first, though. I mean, you don't want it all to be too quick.
I wonder now what the policy will be for Thomas LeVay, who's been taking driver up here on this occasion, or last occasion he drove into the rough. There's the trophy.
And remember, he'll have that really engraved by the time the trophy's handed out. That's what I really find quite remarkable. But on this occasion, Ernie Els, he'll be hoping for, well, neither of them have too long a names. T. LeVay, E. Els.
Thomas LeVay had his hand on the driver. He may have changed his mind.
Still in his hand, Julian.
They spun a coin for the honour. Ernie, I presume, won, and is, well, you don't know, the other guy might have won. You bat first, but I think under these circumstances the winner drives first. And now this is the real business. That's a good one.
A little roar in the tee. It's going again. One advantage of taking the driver, that you do clear the right-hand bunker, but the two on the left still well in play.
Looked like a low cutter. Maybe in trouble in bunker. Found the bunker. And that was a little bit of an edgy swing from Thomas. And, well, won't be able to get very far out of there. So, advantage Els.
We saw contrasting swings there. We saw Ernie Els with that beautiful posture which he maintained into the through swing. He didn't come out of the shot straightening up as he does on his bad ones. He held his posture beautifully. Thomas LeVay, who's a much riskier player, well, he folded up a little bit, got over the ball and knocked the loft right off the club.
Caroline, that's Mrs. LeVay. I wonder what she's thinking. Well, this is a great moment for her. Her husband and family and all the golfers of France. And that's not a bad lie, but that bank is quite severe and he's got to go straight ahead, you see. And there's quite a big bank above. Julian, would it tempt you, Jules?
Well, he certainly can't reach the green from there. Just about should be able to get a start, so he'll get it quite close if he's lucky.
Are you serious?
Well, he could get it, I think, 150 yards maybe.
Don't think he'll go for that one, Jules. I think he wants to get it back in play and give himself half a chance to save his par.
What distance to the middle of the green from that bunker, Julian?
Well, he's got 194 to the pin, so he's got 172 to the front.
194.
187, 25.
Ernie to play first, and if he pops it on the green.
212.
Ernie Els down the left-hand side, just as he was in the playoff, and 214, just 2 yards more than when it was the 4-hole playoff. He hit 5-iron then. I suspect he'll hit the 5-iron again. Conditions have not changed.
Well, he's hit hundreds of 5-irons. Mrs. Els there is just keeping a little note of something or other. And all those hundreds of shots, we can just repeat one more. Not a breath of wind, perfect conditions, one nice swing. Centre of the green, please. That's not good, Ernie. Isn't it amazing? And that's not easy, that's a horrid place.
That'll make the strategy of Thomas LeVay slightly more simple.
Gary Lineker there. This is Els behind. Now, Thomas, you mustn't do anything foolish, my boy. You just get it out with a good clip with a 9, or a full-blooded wedge, something 110 yards, but watch the bunker up ahead.
Watching on the little monitor. It's wide open again, Alex.
Well, again, when he gets down into the bunker, his feet are going to be so close to the ball. There's no room to swing a long shafted club, even if he got ambitious. I think he's going to find it a lofted club, sand iron, and be sensible. You see, there he's easing in. There wouldn't be room for a long club, but he's taking a dangerous line.
It's not easy to find the fairway from here, Peter.
No, it's not. If he's too greedy, and there's no need for that, he could end up... Well, he went deep. That's not gone far. But he's safe. Julian will tell us how far he's got to go for his third shot in a minute. He's up short of the walkway there. They'll keep the players, the spectators off the course, just in case they have to do it all again. This could end up as a half in 4, a half in 5, a win in 5. All sorts of things might happen.
Peter Brown, the old rugby international, has been recruited to make sure no one crosses where they shouldn't. And a few Lions, British Lions, are out there. There's the ball of Ernie. Now, the only consolation is that the pin is at the far side of the green. It gives him a little room. Depends on whether he can make a smooth backswing there or not.
Played a pretty special bunker shot on the 13th in regulation play. He's going to need another one.
Leve's got 148 left to the pin. There's just a breath of wind on his face now, so 8-iron should be spot on. Should be able to get it to up in the air and land and stop pretty quickly.
Well, that's really not threatening the flag. That doesn't mean to say he might not hold it. You, as a Scotsman, Alec, must have mixed feelings about a Frenchman possibly about to do something good. Or...
What do you mean, the old alliance? Is that what you're referring to? How we love the French? Well, you know, this whole history of this game in this part of the world, this is where it all started, and the French who came across to Leith, you talked about Leith earlier, and the cadets, some say that's where the name Caddy came from. It's all linked, yes, but on the other hand, Ernie Els is a very close personal friend, and so are the South Africans.
He's had 3 bites. This is his 3rd bite of the cherry here, and I mean, they could have to do this all over again. I think this is an awkward shot. What do you think, Ken? Could it be a little bit on the downslope? He's got to get it forward and up and high and out, and
yeah, it's
it's awkward.
Very tough one, but this man is one of the best bunker players in the game of golf.
He's got to be careful on the downswing. He doesn't hit the bank as he comes down. And he didn't. Oh, that's very well done. Didn't waste much time. Not over yet, though. So they both played 3. Oh, I don't know whether I can send it. So that's Mrs. Els. I daren't look. Where can I go? Both have played 3, but I think it's 40 love to Ernie at the moment. Wouldn't be, though, if Thomas could just slide this one in.
Hasn't it been a marvellous championship? We've sort of seen a little bit of everything.
We have. And I'm delighted after yesterday. It was a miserable day. So many people work so hard to bring this championship to us every year. And so many people involved, and yesterday was such a misery. This for a 4, Thomas LeVay. Golly, shaved the hole.
I don't think he's lost his turn, Peter. I'm not sure he's not run further past and will maybe have to putt again. I'm not sure about that. Angles can be... Yes, he's going straight on with it. If he misses this, then Ernie's got 2 putts, and even I could do it from there with 2 putts.
Even I could do it 2 putts from there.
You'd have to change your number plate.
Wearing my high-heeled shoes, I could do it from there. I'm not sure in 1, though, and Ernie's thinking quietly, wouldn't it be nice to have 2 putts for it?
LeVay putting on exactly the same line as he was putting earlier in the day. Knows it's just outside the left edge. Has to hold this.
He's a tiger. Well done. Well done, but that's a 5. Ernie Els has what you see there. Must be a good 4-footer, maybe a bit more. And this for the championship. If he misses, they go back and do it all over again.
Liesl can't bear to watch. And his pin cutting is such awkward little ridge on the green.
Not straightforward, Ken, is it?
Just outside the right edge.
The 3rd time of asking. Ernie Els is the champion of 2002. But oh my word, he gave his family and friends and all of us many heart attacks. Oh, what a very nice. Very nice. Great partnership, those two. Oh, Ernie must be hugely relieved. Five pars were good enough. Do you think there'll be a drink in it for the psychiatrist, psychologist?
There must be an unusual position to have 2 men battling it out, and you have shares in both of them. There's Liesl, and little Samantha will be cared for. And there's Fargo, that's Niels. Els with his dad.
Could only be his dad, couldn't it?
No, absolutely right.
No doubt about that. And the ship anchored out there.
Is that Mother?
Sounds its horn. There he goes, the old foghorn, to celebrate victory for Ernie Els.
Must be absolutely exhausted, spent.
That is Niels there.
Yeah. Very good.
Will
you come up to BBC for me?
But he made hard work of it, my word, when he took 5 at the 16th, the short hole, par 3, and then struggled so much, and it looked as if he might have blown his chance, but wasn't to be. The golfing gods shined on Ernie Els today.
So now the engraver can start his task, engraving the name of Els onto the trophy. And I just wonder, looking at these scenes and the drama that we've had unfolding on this final round, how different this has all been from the occasion when the Open Championship was first played over these links here at Muirfield back in 1892. And on that occasion, it was a Mr. H.H. Hilton who won the trophy with a score of 305. On the first occasion that the championship was played over 72 holes. And Ernie Els at 32 wins the Open Championship, having been so close to victory on previous occasions. Ernie Els, who was tied second at St Andrews in 2000. He'd earlier been tied second in the championship at Lytham in 1996, and then was tied third at Lytham last year. 3 times within touching distance of the trophy. But he certainly made it difficult for himself, didn't he? 8 under, going on to the 14th tee on his final round. But he bogeyed 14, and then that double bogey 5 at the par 3 16th to drop back, and needed a birdie at 17 and then a 4 at 18 to go into that 4-way tie, 6 under par, and into the 4-hole playoff. And Els finally victorious on the first sudden death hole against the gallant Frenchman Thomas Levay. Just looking back through the Ernie Els record, born in Johannesburg, now lives in Orlando, also has a property in Paradise Island in the Bahamas, turned professional in 1985, apologies, and his record in playoffs is pretty good. He's been victorious on 3 occasions in 5 playoffs. 9 wins on the US Tour, including 2 victories in the US Open 1994 and 1997, and 8 victories on the European Tour, plus numerous other victories around the world. And his first significant international victory was at the Junior World Golf Championships, where he defeated a very young Phil Mickelson in a playoff. South African amateur champion at the age of 16. And then at the age of 22, he became the first since Gary Player in 1979 to win the South African Open, PGA and Masters titles on the South African Tour. Crowd now allowed across the 18th fairway behind the barriers, and the tables will be set out for the presentation ceremony. First of the speeches will be from Mr. David Pepper, chairman of the R&A Championship Committee, who will then ask Mr. Peter Dawson, the R&A Secretary, to announce the winners, and Bobby White, the captain of the Honourable Company of Edinburgh Golfers, with the honour of presenting the prizes. What an extraordinary championship this has been. A quiet opening first round on Thursday. A 3-way tie at the top of the leaderboard after the first 18 holes. 4 under, Duffy Waldorf, David Toms and Carl Peterson. Much more dramatic scoring on the second day when Els emerged from the pack at 6 under, one of 5 players on that score going into the last 36 holes over the weekend. And then, my, how the weather deteriorated on Saturday. Half the field had their chances blown away in that rain and wind squall which came in off the first of 4th, including Tiger Woods, who had a round of 81, and Colin Montgomery with the dubious distinction of a round of 84 to follow his course record 64, which he'd achieved on the second day. Well, Tiger Woods responded in the manner that we would expect, although he really had no chance of winning the championship. Came out on his final round today and shot a 65, out in 33, home in 32, 6 under par for the day to finish on level par. And with thoughts of the Ryder Cup, which takes place in the autumn, only one American player in the top 13 at this 131st Open Championship. Check back on all the final positions. 27 players under par at the end. There's confirmation. Tiger Woods, round of 65 to finish level par. Nick Faldo couldn't get anything going with the putter over this championship. Sandy Lyle, who had a good first round but then faded away, 75 for his final round to finish at 8 over. And Colin Montgomery, 13 over at the end after that 75 today to follow an 84 yesterday. But there it is. Ernie Els of South Africa is the champion on the 5th extra hole. Els, a winner in the United States and in Europe already this year. Winning in Europe in the Heineken Classic, victory and then in the Dubai Classic, and winning on the United States Tour earlier this year in the Genuity Championship. Presentation ceremony will take place on the 18th green. And this handsome clubhouse here at Muirfield, bathed in warm evening sunshine after a day of absolutely perfect conditions for golf. And what a difference from 24 hours ago, when visibility was almost non-existent. And what a day of drama. Gary Evans of Great Britain, who'd never won a tournament, 33 years of age, from Worthing, formerly a top amateur player, losing his ball on the 17th, having to go back and play another ball from the middle of the fairway, and emerging with a truly heroic par 5. And then Ernie Els, 8 under, with half a dozen holes left to play, and then drop shots at 14, and 2 dropped at 16, and needing that birdie at 17 to get back into a tie. Well, the time here is coming up to 8 o'clock in the evening. Presentation party coming out onto the 18th green. The first person to speak will be Mr. David Pepper, chairman of the R&A Championship Committee.
So the main party about to move out, and David Pepper, chairman, R&A Championship Committee, will start the proceedings.
Captain of the Royal and Ancient Golf Club, Captain of the Honourable Company of Edinburgh Golfers, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the presentation ceremony for the 131st Open Championship. One of the most important elements involved in staging an Open Championship is the quality of the golf course, and on behalf of the Championship Committee, I would like to thank the members of the Honourable Company for making their fine links course here at Muirfield available to us this week. Muirfield may not be the most difficult of all courses on our rota, but it is certainly considered the fairest and has provided a fine test of golf in weather conditions which have varied from the benign to the extreme, and once more has proved us with a very worthy champion. The course has been in magnificent condition for over a year now, and we're most grateful to Colin Irvine and his team for the way in which the course has been presented this week. Another very important element in the staging the Open is in its organisation, and I would like to pay tribute to the professional manner in which Peter Dawson, David Hill and all the staff at the R&A have undertaken their tasks over the past year. Our thanks are due also to the thousands of volunteers, both here and at our regional and final qualifying venues, who act as marshals, scorers, starters, recorders, and the like, and who contribute so much to the well-being of our championship. Likewise, I extend my thanks to my committee and all the rules officials, many of whom have come from all parts of the globe and who add so much to the status of this event. However, the most important part of any championship is the quality of the players in the field. Over 2,200 players entered the championship, and by Thursday morning, we were left with an extremely strong field of 156 players. At start of play today, there were 37 players within 6 shots of the leader and who were realistically in with a chance of victory. We have had a marvellous day's play, with challenges coming from numerous players. But in the playoff, Ernie Els showed the skill and experience to prevail. We pass on our congratulations to a fine champion and our commiserations to the 3 runners-up. My final thanks are to you, the spectators. You provide the backcloth and support against which these great players perform. They appreciate it, and so does the R&A. Your excellent and sporting behaviour helps us to keep our championship open to players and public alike, and you set a standard admired throughout not only the world of golf, but also other sports. I will now ask Peter Dawson to announce the prize winners and Bobby White, captain of the Honourable Company, to present the prizes.
Peter Dawson, Secretary of the Royal and Ancient Golf Club.
In joint second place and winners of the Silver Salver, firstly Stuart Appleby. Steve Elkington. and Thomas LeVay. With a score of 278, the winner of the gold medal and the champion golfer for the year is Ernie Els.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Wow. I've been on that end of it a couple of times where the guys are standing, and you know, it's unbelievable. I mean, at times I really thought I would never put my hands on this, and you know, it was one of the hardest tournaments I've ever had to play this week. And it's one of the most rewarding, would I say. This is the greatest. This is the greatest championship in the world, in front of the best crowd in the world. This is truly an open championship. If you look at all the people around here, from South Africa, Australia, all over the world, Scotland, English, Wales, Irish, everybody's here. This is truly an open championship, and I know the guys feel the same way. A lot of guys have come through qualifying to play in this event. Steve did unbelievable. You know, he's won a major before. Stuart Appleby is going to have a lot of chances, and you know, Thomas, really, thank you very much. You guys, great competitors. Same for the rest of the field. I truly do not know how I made this 5-foot putt for the championship. As you guys, the guys that watched me today and through the whole week, you know, every time I looked like, you know, getting away from the guys, you know, I hit a couple of bad shots and got myself stuck back in the field, and you know, it was really, truly hard work, but nobody said it was going to be very easy, so I really, really appreciate that. I want to thank the RNA. I would like to thank the members of this golf course. I came here last Monday to come and play, and they really helped me a little bit around the golf course. And the chip shot I hit on 16, I went down the green. One of the members said, "Watch out for that one." I guess I didn't listen, but this is great. My family, Liesl, Samantha back home and in London, my parents, my family back home in South Africa, and everybody in South Africa and around the world. Thank you very much.
Just take you for a little walk round the right there to wave it to them, and then run.
after the prize giving. Have a safe journey home, and we look forward to seeing you next year at Royal St George's.
This way. Get in there, sir.